Okay, guys, we're going to call this meeting to order. Welcome. We're going to start with Pledge of Allegiance. Will you stand with me, please?
Okay.
Repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, will the clerk please take roll?
Walker,
Here.
Jansen,
Here.
Woodward,
Here.
Farina,
Here.
Maish,
Here.
Alessi,
Here.
Herzog.
Here. All right, welcome everyone. This evening's Charter Review Committee meeting is open to virtual and in-person participation. If you would like to make a public comment on any item today, please form a line when I call for public comment on the item you would like to address. Where does that line, where do we want that line to be?
Right next to Ben.
Next to Ben.
Okay. Probably going to be a huge line, so, okay. If you are attending virtually at the appropriate time, please use the raise your hand function. If you called in, press *9 to raise your hand and the clerk will call you in the order received. Can you guys all hear me okay? All right. Each commenter will be entitled 3 minutes of comment time. Thank you for your patience as we work to ensure that each citizen who wishes to comment has the opportunity to do so. I will now open public comment for any matters not on the Charter Review Committee agenda. So if you have any public comment, we'll start over here and then we'll call you up.
Chair, if I could just say something real quickly too. The way the agenda is set up, there are some topics included that there will be further discussion on. But if you have comments on items that you would like to be added to the charter, now would be the time to do that. Is during this portion of the public comment, just because the sections that occur later may be focused on more specific areas. So if you have general comments on charter additions, now would be the time.
Okay.
Thank you for
Yes.
that introduction, Clayton. My
No
name's
mind.
Brian Myers. I am the chairman of Placer Citizens for Neighborhood Rights. It's a 501c4 nonprofit that was formed to fight the Hope Way project in Penryn. During the course of our research, we've come up with some inconsistencies in the charter that we hope you folks will address. Section 15.65.080 requires that for specific plans or master plan projects of 100 or more units, the property owner developer shall, and I'll repeat, shall, construct 10% of the total units as affordable housing. Well, that hasn't been done at all, and there's a reason for it, and it's the inconsistency in the county charter that has enabled this to happen. I've given you the section that is the inconsistent section. It's called equivalency. It's section 15.65.120. This was passed in 2019 by an outgoing supervisor who was doing a favor for the building industry. Basically, this allows the building industry to ask planning to avoid the 10% requirement and come up with an alternative. Alternatives which have resulted in no affordable housing being built. The second chart I gave you it shows that very fact. This is from the Placer County Housing Action Plan, their own document they published about 2 months ago. And it shows that in the very low income category, zero affordable housing has been built. In the low, they've built 180 units, which is 14%. This is the unincorporated area of Placer County. It doesn't include the cities of Rockland, Roseville, Lincoln, and so on. But look at the above moderate income. They've reached an 86%. Well, where do builders make their money? It's in the moderate and above housing category. Now, the state of California, through Housing and Community Development, is breathing down the neck of Placer County and threatening to take over all the building code issues in Placer County, called Builder's Remedy. And so now in Penryn, the county is proposing to try to make up for this deficit, which should never have occurred in the first place, by building this monster unit on Hope Way of 240 apartments on a rural piece of property. So what we're asking you folks to do is to look at this, investigate this, ask planning for why equivalency has not accomplished anything to create affordable housing. The charter needs to be amended so that equivalency is either restricted so the director of planning doesn't have the power they have right now to basically forgive the 10% requirement. We hold Roseville up as an example. Roseville has no affordable housing deficit. Why? Because they make builders build affordable housing when they build the big developments. Placer County does not do that. And so it's this inconsistency in the charter which is causing the problem. And we hope you'll investigate that and ultimately, if not this group, another, recommend some changes in that will solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Donna Delano from Penryn. As a resident who chose Penryn as my home 25 years ago, I'm here tonight to ask to recommend that our community plans are preserved, but mostly a request that planning must stick to the 10% affordable housing requirement and not allow developers to avoid it. The Charter Review Committee should do research and ask for tougher language in the code to make sure the 10% obligation is not waived or diluted by the power of equivalency being misused by the planning director. Penryn is facing a high-density proposal that could double our tiny town population because the county has not enforced the building of affordable units. So we just ask 1994 community plan, just stay with it and we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Good evening. Michael Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. Glad to see all of you here and working on your tasks. Now, I'm going to talk about one thing that I don't know if it requires action or any change in the charter or not. But I think there is a critical need for the public, the people who live in Placer County, to have a good picture of the different layers of government that are being formed constantly. And I say constantly, and that might be once a year or something like that by the Board of Supervisors. And I'm going to concentrate on some of the main ones. One of the main ones most people know about is the Placer County Conservation Plan, but they know very little about it, with good reason. It never decided to publish anything I know about it. And it's made up of a Placer Conservation Authority, of 2 supervisors and 1 person from Lincoln. It has an advisory group made up of a number of people, including a couple of development lawyers on there. It goes without saying that people need to understand how that works. And I'm not going to go into detail about it, but I think it's something it would be good if you have that time and ability to add that to the list of things. It has a housing authority, of course, something of that nature. I don't know if I'm calling it the right thing, which deals with different kinds of housing. Perhaps there's one on, I'm not an expert on this, on low-income housing, but they seem to meet and have things. Let's see. I'm not sure which one to bring up here. Pardon me.
It's okay.
Let's see. So another example are the different county service areas that are created that often have one landowner. So I'm not sure that those are worked on correctly with LAFCO involved. The Local Agency Formation Commission has a job, really, of deciding in counties which entity is most appropriate to develop the services, municipal services, and that kind of thing. A county I used to live in, Solano County, doesn't allow any development in the county unincorporated territory. It's all done in cities, for examples, and we're kind of at another extreme on that. But that's another a good example. Well, I guess I'll focus a bit on the county, the operation of the Placer County Conservation Plan. I didn't. Oh, that's the end of it. Okay.
I'll give you a little longer. You were gathering your thoughts, so go ahead and finish your
Yes,
thought
my
on
thoughts were gathering me,
PCCP.
actually. It's created. It's created in a mapped area of the county, and it has it has, one of the things about it that I find very troubling is it has a advisory group, an advisory committee that actually all the different state and federal agencies meet, and they meet privately, away from the public. And those meetings aren't open to the public. I can't get access to them. I can't even find out what their agendas are. But I know that that group reports to county planning, and things go through county planning. It would be very helpful to know what goes on at those meetings and be involved in things like that. So I think I will try to work up a list of the different ones and submit it.
That'd be great.
Because off the top of my head,
Okay.
they're just more than a person can keep track of.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
I have a handout for each of you. Who would I hand that to?
Right here to Marcy.
I'm hoping they can refer to. Thank you. Hi, my name is Cheryl Workma. I'm a resident of Granite Bay. I'd like to thank all of you for volunteering your time. I think it's very important. I'd like to especially call out Chair Herzog's article in Gold Country Media. I hope everyone reads it. I thought it was very astute, very well written. And one of the questions that was pointed out was by Chair Herzog was, does the current charter support accountability and governance? Are fiscal and administrative practices strong enough to meet today's challenges? Is the structure of county leadership working as intended? Are ethics and transparency clearly defined? I would say no regarding performance metrics, transparency, and accountability. I'm here to ask this committee that you include a ballot measure or consider a ballot measure which allows Placer residents to vote on, 1, the mandatory inclusion of performance-based program metrics for Placer program key deliverables that define success and failure. 2, that department heads are required to report on the performance of program results. And 3, that there be required audits automatically triggered for unsatisfactory or incomplete program results. Currently, we have programs such as the Placer County Housing Element that failed to contain any performance metrics. There were lists of accomplishments. You can't measure accomplishments. So accomplishments themselves, if you can't measure them, you can't be transparent and you can't be held accountable. So I firmly believe that, and apparently from the chair, I think that he's mentioned those as concerns that should be looked into. Another example, besides the housing element, which had no measurements whatsoever, how do you misplace 1,219 units? If someone's actually managing that performance, they would have had a fail and an audit would have been required. Another example is the community plans. The community plans, if you look at the amount of development that's been done, almost every single development is passed and then even extended and additional entitlements added. If you look at that, that's statistically improbable. They're being forced through. You cannot look at the number of developments that have gone on and have, even with the amount of public input that's been put in, and have that be statistically probable. It's not. It's a math, accounting, and traceability problem. The lack of metrics, instead of performance metrics, there's a lack of transparency by creating things like equivalency. They change affordable housing to achievable housing. Changing the name and morphing things into something else doesn't solve the problem. You still have to look at the community plans, which have sewer, infrastructure, roads, and they have the community plans were signed off by the supervisor, and they're not being held accountable for that, the same as the performance. I hope you'll consider with every single ad, does it improve or be a detriment to accountability, and does it improve and or detriment to transparency? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Hi, I'm Muriel Davis from Penryn, and I just have a few topics that I'd like the charter to look into, investigate, and maybe make changes into the charter. Can you hear me okay?
What was the name?
One of the items I think the charter should consider is term limits for the supervisors. I think I mentioned that before at last month's meeting, and I think a 2-year limit is appropriate. Even our governor only has two terms, not 2 years. Another thing I would like the charter to look into is the county says that they protect the oak woodlands and they protect the riparian areas. It's on one of their big websites. Well,
I'm sorry,
they're protecting them.
Can you
and
speak
for-
up a little
Oh.
louder? Yeah, so we can hear you.
I need to talk louder?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this the microphone?
I don't know.
No, okay. Okay, I would like that charter to consider that the county needs to be more, charter needs to somehow enforce the county to protect the riparian areas and the oak woodlands, not in some far off land outside the county, but in the community. The communities, like in Penman, we have a historical riparian area, and initially this project that's is being proposed was going to protect this area, and then all of a sudden the county allowed them to change the design and just destroy that riparian area. But the county needs to remember that the riparian areas in the communities are just as important as protecting the riparian areas and the woodlands outside the communities. And another thing I would like to, the county isn't very transparent. They say they are transparent, but they aren't. It's hard to get information from them. And how can I give an example of the transparent? Like, for instance, there's this project's going on, but it can't get information about it because they're doing secret stuff. I don't know, but it seems like the community should be more informed about what's going on by the county. And it seems like the planning department is in charge, not the supervisors. So that kind of is bothersome. One of the things I would like the charter to do is eliminate the equivalency that the county has proposed, where instead of doing affordable housing in a project that's over 100 acres, 100 units, and on their affordable website it says new developments that are greater than 100 have to have 10% affordable housing. But that's not true, because somewhere in the code it says they can donate a land. And I could not find any place that tells me where those lands are, how many are there, how many acres, and has any affordable housing been built on those lands. Oh, thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you.
You did great. Hello, my name is Sean Scully. I am here today representing the city of Lincoln. I'm the city manager there. I'm not sure that this particular issue has been brought up in this forum yet, but it's only every so often that there's a charter review, and so I figured I better come down and at least say something. What I wanted to talk a little bit about was to encourage the group to think about ways that something could be codified as it relates to how property taxes are shared between city and county in incorporated jurisdictions. This is a complex issue that I'm not going to be able to cover with you in 2.5 minutes, but in short strokes, in some counties, there's a prescribed process that is uniform, no matter what city you are or how big the project is. In other kind of more rapidly developing counties like Placer, while I've done a couple of deals with the county, while there is a process, it is not necessarily equal across the board. And so one of the things that I would posit to you as something to think about is whether there's a way to make sure that when we're evaluating what property tax is shared between city and county upon annexation of new land, that we're not simply taking into account county cost, which there are plenty of those for new development, and or city cost for our services, but we're also taking into account all of the development occurring outside of those incorporated boundaries of the city, because those things affect the city of Lincoln or any other city's ability to generate revenues, whether it be on the property tax side or the sales tax side. So to Mr. Garabedian's comment earlier, there certainly are plenty of counties that have a more restrictive unincorporated development process. We don't have that so much in Placer County, and the consequence of that for those of us smaller cities, is that especially on commercial projects, we experience leakage, and we really depend on base property tax in Lincoln to provide core services. And so I have some concepts and some ideas and some models I've even done some research on in other areas, and I can send those to staff or the committee for you to think about. But I just wanted to add that to your radar as an important issue, because inevitably it becomes one every time there's a significant project, and without a prescribed process that's uniform across the county, you kind of end up in a situation with haves and have-nots, and it makes it difficult for us to provide services in some of the communities like Lincoln that are a little bit worse off in that way. So thank you much.
Thanks, Sean.
Good evening, members of the Charter Review. Andy Sisk, Placer County Auditor Controller. I'm here for two reasons. One, I know the Charter Review met on May 20th, and I've been having a hard time finding the minutes of that meeting. And so I don't know if those minutes will be produced, but I'm hoping that those will be produced after every meeting so that the public can review them, because I'm not sure what was discussed at the last meeting, which leads to my comment. It looks like the Charter Review is looking back at some 2020 items that went back for the voters. One of the items that went to the voters was pretty much the stripping of everything from the Civil Service Commission, but I think grievances is probably the only thing that comes before that body. I know the impetus behind that was for the CEO to be able to have the ability to basically control the HR director, because the HR director at that time reported to the Civil Service Commission. I think there's been several unintended consequences after that vote. And so I would, encourage the Charter Review to revisit what the voters acted upon in 2020. The area specifically that my office has been significantly impacted in is classification studies and classification updates. And so if there's a disagreement between a department head and the HR director, really the appellate body is the county executive officer and then ultimately the board of supervisors. And I'm not sure that was the intended consequence of that charter amendment by the voters in 2020. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for doing this. I appreciate it very much. My name is Jill Gallardo. I'm the mayor of the city of Rockland. I just wanted to follow up on something. I appreciated what Sean Scully had mentioned about reviewing the sales tax piece and how that impacts the commercial development in a city. And I just wanted to throw in also a reminder that the purchases of the county buildings impacts also a city building. So for instance, this building that we're in now was a revenue generator for the city of Rockland, as it was a commercial building, and provided sales tax and property tax, which we no longer receive. So there's two places to look at it. I believe with the latest purchase with the county that now they have 250,000 square feet of the commercial buildings in Rockland. So there are two ways to look at that when we're looking at the the property tax piece and our sales tax percentages. Also a reminder that the impact of building, especially in a city that is landlocked and has nowhere else to build, is extremely important as well. So thank you for your time. Appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you. Okay, I would like staff maybe. Oh, we do. Okay, let's go ahead and go there. Just one right now. Okay.
Greetings, committee. This is Diane Louise DeLussy. Yes, same last name as Troy. I think what's important, especially to this entire county and any other county that has a charter that is home rule and not general rule, that there needs to be a mechanism that compels the Board of Supervisors to challenge the state of California when a governor just steps up and decides that we are all subject to, quote, a statewide concern in terms of this high density housing. And I've said this before, that makes us unique and gives us complete control over our sphere of influence and how we zone our land, instead of having the state of California ram it down our throats. Because right now this charter is neutered. It's been stripped, and it's been stripped without complete transparency from the state to prove its position. That's a constitutional amendment that was hard fought to get. 30 years after we became a state with a state constitution. It's important. That's what this county and the other county, home rule counties, did that constitutional convention for, because this Sacramento was running ripshod over this county. There has to be a mechanism to protect our home rule status. Michael Gates from Huntington Beach, God love him. He's up there in Washington right now in the civil division. I'm hoping what he does on the federal will bleed back to California, like what Trump is doing. But this committee needs to put teeth where we have a bunch of salaried lawyers, and they can work a little harder for those salaries to defend our home rule, make this state prove its position of statewide concern, because I can guarantee you that it can't. So please boost it. And then we would, a lot of these problems we're having with the state mandating all this crap lies with the power of that home rule. So with that, I really appreciate y'all, and I yield. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Diane. So I just want to review maybe the topics that I heard, and then if staff can confirm those, and then feel free to chime in if you heard something different than me. But I heard equivalency issues. I heard maybe a question about authority, and clearly who are the department heads and authority around those. I heard affordable housing connected to equivalency, but as another topic. Property tax, maybe confusion or equivalency around property tax sharing. I also heard maybe a revisit with the original CEO authority, able to make decisions around department heads, which we are discussing. But I think I caught the themes of what was shared. And so staff, can you report back to me if maybe I got that right, or maybe you heard something different? And
Term limits.
Term limits. for
oh,
supervisors.
thank you, term limits.
And metrics for transparency.
Yeah.
For each.
Oh, okay. Performance-based metrics.
Yes, metrics, yeah.
Audits, performance, transparency.
So I didn't get this. Andy Fisk went quickly, but he mentioned something about revisiting the power of the Civil Service Commission.
Yeah.
He thinks that what was done went too far and it should be relooked at. Anyway, that was one I picked up.
Let's get staff's interpretation of that comment. Yeah, and so I connected it with kind of CEO authority.
Oh.
Is that the one that
was that
wasn't
the same?
wasn't approved
Yeah.
in 2020? It was not approved in 2020. Is that the one he's referring to?
No, I think this is a measure that was approved
Yeah,
in the
it
past.
was.
It's a
Where they
knock-on
stripped
effect.
where they stripped the board of supervisors.
That's right.
Of the requirement that the board approve CEO actions.
Yes.
Was it that one?
No, and I heard him, is Andy still here?
Yeah.
What I thought I heard him say was a previous
you-
charter
can you
amendment.
Provide, maybe help us understand what it is you're communicating.
Yeah. So prior to 2020, if I disagreed with the HR director on a classification study, saying one of my employees is doing work that's working out of class, I would go to the Civil Service Commission for an appeal.
Okay.
That appeal process is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if I don't agree with the HR director, I go to the CEO. And then if I don't get agreement with the CEO, I think there's some confusion. Because at one point I was directed, I could go back to the Civil Service Commission for an appeal. And now I'm being
Okay.
told no. So I don't know. It's kind of fuzzy for me as a department head.
So the due process has changed.
Yes, the
in
due process has
steps.
changed, and I don't know if the intended outcome of that measure in 2020 was for me to go in front of the Board of Supervisors to
Okay.
appeal a study of a position in my office.
Can you share which measure that was in 2020?
I don't remember the number, but I can find it.
Which one's that?
Well, that's, I think it was the CEO
The
authority.
CEO
gotta
authority
be
didn't,
F.
it did not pass.
So if I could
No,
provide some
F
clarification,
above it.
there was a measure in
Also,
2020 that changed the requirements of the Civil Service
Yes.
Commission and moved that to the HR department within
Yeah.
the county.
Looks like it's
That measure
F.
was
Yeah.
passed.
Measure.
Just so we're all clear on this too, and I
Oh,
mentioned this at the
F.
last charter review
It's F.
committee. That authority is not squarely within the Charter Review Committee.
Right.
The Charter Review Committee 5 years ago went back to the board to get authority to modify the Civil Service Commission requirements, which is a separate section in the county code, and got that authority. And the process to modify the Civil Service Commission section in the county code is very similar to the Charter Review Committee in that it has to be provided to the voters. So that was the mechanism to request that change in 5 years ago, was basically get authority from the Board of Supervisors to make that change, or request that change, and then make that request to the County Board of Supervisors, and then it went to the vote, and the voters did approve that measure.
Okay.
So am I understanding correctly that our committee was essentially capable of going to the board about codes that they've created instead of the charter itself?
Right, so the committee went to the county about modifying that Civil Service Commission language, and the board gave the committee that authority to recommend a change to it, yes.
Okay.
And that was Measure F. by the way.
Measure F, yes.
Yeah.
But the 2/3 vote requirement is born from the Board of Supervisors, county. Why did that ordinance change require a vote of the people? Maybe I'm missing
So
something.
the way it's worded, the Civil Service Commission section in our county code requires any substantial changes to that section have to go to a vote of the public.
Okay.
So that's the triggering requirement that makes it go to the voters.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
We asked Andy to come back up because we need clarification,
Yeah.
just so you know.
And just for procedure too, before I'll go forward, Chair. This was in the public comment portion. We do have portions of the agenda where we get into staff's research as well as items to be discussed. I would suggest the discussion on these items should wait until we get to those items, because that's really the proper area. And there, just for everyone that's here as well, there will be public comment on the items that are listed on the agenda as well. So
We were
there
getting,
is the
yeah.
possibility to bring up specific items based on the way the discussion goes.
I think we were getting clarification on the topics and we'll wait for discussion. Is there anyone else online? I'll go ahead and close public comment now. Thank you. I really appreciate the public for coming out and helping us understand the issues and what we should investigate. And that's what these meetings are for. So thank you very much for your comments. The next part of the agenda, go ahead and go to that. The next item on the agenda is the committee member reports. Do any of my colleagues have anything to report that may be of interest to the committee? I know some of you do. You shared with me. I think we'll start over here with the vice chair, and then if it's okay with you, maybe we'll move down in order just to have some organization. But it's okay if we need to jump back. Are you okay with starting?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as actually just the information that came to light, I was, based upon our last discussion, thinking about the home rule comments and what had ultimately come down the pike as far as like what sort of teeth do we have, because I believe that the research that was provided by the staff here is informative, but we do have other avenues to be able to speak with the board about other substantive changes that might not necessarily be within the narrow purview of the charter itself, because that's really just the empowerment of the board itself, it seems. Obviously, whether we want to discuss term limits, compensation, that's all on the docket here. But on the broader spectrum, we're hearing a lot of comments about things that aren't exactly charter specific, but there is something that we can do to like look at it from a higher level view that could be in the charter, or at least tackling, I think, as was brought here from like our Placer County Code, which is not a part of the charter specifically. It's what the board has authorized as legislation, the equivalency part that ultimately affects our RENA discussion, or at least the public's opinions on it, that we should be able to have some sort of proposal that ultimately does kind of circle back around into giving the board the feeling that they have the power to alter this change it, push back on a lot of the state legislation proposals, and therefore reinforcement of the home rule aspect of our charter that says that, you know, we have some autonomy towards, you know, a level of determinism for our own county. You know, some of the comments here I thought were very apropos. I think this kind of leads into a little bit of, I think, the larger view of government in general, because checks and balances is what exists and what we were all taught in school. You know, we have three branches that are all, you know, balancing each other out. Judicial is pretty standard, but I think the legislative and the executive portion of what our local government looks like is very muddy. And so we have an opportunity to maybe provide some clarity on the distinction between the executive side and the legislative side of our government that ultimately can provide some more of the transparency, the auditing or the performance metrics, and ultimately some of the power to find that change that we're all seeking for Placer County as a whole, when it comes to no more of these regional housing need allocations for low income or super low income, and obviously what the community plan has been regarding how we handle builders coming in and making offers on unincorporated land. So perhaps I'm a little bit unfocused when it comes to the overall discussion. I'm just trying to look at it from a higher level view as far as the feedback that's been given thus far.
Okay, I know. Yeah.
Before I start, I have a question regarding the agenda. Are we going to be able to go circular on these things?
We will.
Okay.
Yeah, we will.
So
right now the agenda is set for us to bring up new topics and report items that we've done our research on, we like to bring attention to. And then when we come back to staff report, we'll focus on those that we've done research on and have discussion around those.
Okay, all right, fine, as long as, you know, we don't have many meetings.
Yeah.
So, it seems like a lot of work. There's a handout that I asked staff to prepare, and unfortunately, I didn't tell them which order I wanted it in, and I'd like to talk about the second one first. And this is an issue that I brought up last time. It's a proposal to require.
I'm sorry, can you tell us which ones are your
handouts?
handouts?
Second page.
Second page of
There's
what?
there's a two-page
Okay,
handout
okay,
that I
gotcha, okay,
separated,
gotcha, okay.
and I want to take up the second page first. So this is a proposal to require appointed county department heads to be strictly accountable to the county executive officer for the performance of their duties assigned by, the duties assigned by the county executive officer. And so the yes vote would change the charter exactly the same way that it was proposed in 2020.
Where's your list of past action?
I suspect that one of the reasons why it might have failed in 2020 is because of the way it was characterized as just sort of a general efficiency of government issue, and there was no specific write-up as to this item, which is a whole nother topic about how whatever our recommendations are get translated to what goes on the ballot. Yeah, I think that we also need to kind of discuss. But the reason why I want to talk about this is because I was hopeful that it wasn't particularly controversial, and so it gives us a chance to talk about the process that we want to use. We have a lot of things on a working list, and so I would make a motion that we move this issue from the working list to a tentatively accepted list. And if we did that, then it would be something that we would temporarily, not permanently, set as, okay, that we're gonna carry forward. And when we get to our final discussion about what's gonna go to what we are all gonna recommend to the Board of Supervisors, that would be one of the things on the list. It just as a way, as a process of trying to cull through all of the many issues and try to come to some consensus about the things that we like and we definitely want to carry forward versus the things that we need more study on versus the things that we don't like and we'd like to take off of the list. So anyway, that was a long, complicated, but it was a motion.
We do have a motion. So I would
Just as a point of order here, we're
Yeah.
under the portion of today's agenda, which is committee member reports.
Right.
When we get to motions and actions, that would be under the next item of overview, staff research, and next steps.
okay.
And in addition, before we make a motion, we would also have to have public comment on the item
Yeah.
that's discussed. So
Okay.
just,
And clear.
not discounting it, just letting you know procedure-wise
We'll do
where,
that.
where it would fit in.
It'd be helpful if that was clear on the
We'll do
agenda.
that
but I-
later.
I appreciate that. All right, well then let me just tell you what the second one was. The second one, which is the first page of the handout. My experience was, as the CEO, general manager of Placer County Water Agency, was that my employment contract specified that it took 4 votes to remove me from my position, a supermajority. And I think that that's fairly commonplace, although certainly not universal. And it occurred to me as I was reading the charter, which the charter specifies that it takes 3 votes to remove somebody from office of CEO, that we might be reducing the number of candidates who were willing to apply for the job. And so my proposal is that we make a minor modification to that and simply add the phrase, unless otherwise specified in an employment contract between the board and the county executive officer, which would give the Board of Supervisors the option, the authority, to include in an employment contract a higher level of majority than just a simple majority in order to remove the person from office. It doesn't mandate that they do that, it gives them the option, and so my sense of it is that it might expand the pool of candidates willing to apply.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. And you informed me of all those items beforehand, so thank you.
I don't have any comments that can't wait until we get into our further discussions.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm the same. I'll have some questions and things like that, but nothing.
I don't have a new issue, but I did hear the Mayor Gallardo of Rockland make an informal invitation that the county pursue lovely properties in the city of Roseville for future development. But we're happy to have Mr. Ronco and his operation right down the street here.
I'm afraid that I was gonna lose this building.
No. That's why he's here, he did.
It's a good thing he's a good guy. If you bring some strawberries, I'd be happy.
I don't have.
Oh, okay, great. I was also informed about the list option, and I agree that having our topics and issues that we're continuing to move forward, I think having that list public and clear. And then you also mentioned, I don't think you mentioned here, but having a list that we're not considering anymore to show to the public maybe topics that we did discuss, but we are not going to move forward anymore. So I do think we have a working list. Maybe we have a list that we're still considering, and then things that we're not considering to move forward could be helpful as we progress in our meetings. So thank you for that. I agree with that. Okay, we're going to go to the next item on the agenda, and it is an overview of staff research of topics we've been discussing at this point. So staff has prepared a memo based on the committee's direction from the previous meeting. The memo was made public last week with the posting of the agenda. It is important to note that staff will not be providing the committee recommendations, but rather impartial analysis of the items that the committee would like to consider. The committee will need to provide specific direction to staff for any proposed changes to the charter. Staff will provide a quick summary of each item in the memo. Then the committee will discuss and determine if the item should be pursued further, or if the committee is satisfied with the item and no changes are necessary, then it won't be considered any longer. And so, Ben, this is your time to take the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Ben Mills with the County Executive Office. Thank you, committee, for attending today. As the chair mentioned, at the May 20th Charter Review Committee, staff was directed to provide additional detail for a number of topics which are listed within the memo that was attached to the agenda packet today, along with areas of focus. So for today's discussion, we will provide a quick summary of each area, then request the committee deliberate on the items and determine one of the following options. 1, request additional follow-up information for the next meeting. 2, provide direction to staff to draft amendments to charter language that will be shared in the next meeting. 3, determine that the item is suitable as is and no changes are required. And 4, to continue the item for further discussion at the next meeting. Staff will keep a running list of all the items along with the committee's direction in future meetings and the memos of those meetings, as the chair mentioned.
Would you, I apologize, I'm slow at writing. What were the 4 options again?
4 options, and of course, the committee might have additional direction for staff, but what we've identified is request additional follow-up information on any item that we can provide at the next meeting for additional discussion. Provide direction to staff to draft amendments to charter language that will be shared at the next meeting. So providing staff an overview of what you'd like to see changed, we could then draft some working language which then could be discussed at the committee. 3, determine that the item is suitable as is in the existing charter and therefore no changes are required. Or 4, just to generally continue the item for future discussion at a future committee meeting in case you want additional public comment.
Thank you. No more information is needed.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
are we having public comment after each search item?
Yeah.
Is that we didn't list them out.
My
as the
suggestion
agenda.
would be to go through the entire list of items, do public comment, and then bring it back to your committee to then discuss after.
Okay.
You don't want to do them one at a time?
I mean, yeah, okay. Okay, let's see how that goes.
Okay.
Okay.
So with that, we will begin with the supervisor compensation and methodology. So again, these are going to be pretty brief since the memo was already provided. I won't go into too much detail just for the sake of everybody's time. But under state law, salaries for members of the Board of Supervisors are set by ordinance or by charter. The charter counties have the ability to set their salaries through either means. General law counties set salaries through ordinance that is subject to referendum. The Placer County Charter stipulates that the board receive an annual salary in an amount that does not exceed the average salary of the Board of Supervisors for the neighboring counties of El Dorado, Nevada, and Sacramento. One thing to note there, Nevada is a general law county and is not a charter county. Currently, Placer County Board of Supervisors receive a base salary of $114,545. Table 1 in the memo provides an overview of the 15 charter counties' board salaries and the methodology. Moving forward, supervisor term limits. The committee brought up term limits in the previous meeting specific to the supervisors. Government code permits both charter and general law counties to implement term limits. The minimum term limit allowed is 2 terms, so 8 years total. Table 2 provides an overview of the 15 charter counties' term limit requirements. There's also the opportunity for the public to provide, through an initiative, to implement term limits for jurisdictions as well. That would require a 15% signature petition of the registered voters within the county.
And those points of authority come from where? Is it that state law that sets that up?
Correct. It's in the election code. I can get you the
I'm
actual.
sorry. I just want to make sure I understood.
Oh, and there is a piece of term limits that I would like to mention once you get through your portion on that.
Okay, I'm done with the term limit portion.
So for term limits, there is a little bit of this discussion that gets kind of in the weeds, but the short answer to this is essentially it may not be expressly within the charter that you can set up term limits, but there is a basic structure that is set up in the government code that allows you to do the same mechanism through a vote. And the reason I give you that distinction is there's actually been some case law that says charter counties don't have authority to extend term limits. That case law occurred before 2002 when the government code section was added, which gives charter counties the authority to modify term limits of supervisors. So there is authority, it's just under the government code for non-charter counties, but it calls out charter counties as well as being permissible. You just can't do it through the charter. You would have to go through a vote of the people and a resolution of the board. So it's more about just logistics of how it gets to a vote of the public. It's just not through the charter. You can still make that as a recommendation. We can still kind of go through all the steps. It's just not a technical amendment to the charter based on that case law.
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
It confuses me when you say it's not through the charter. I assume, let's just for a moment say this committee proposed a term limit proposal, the board approves it, it would go to the voters.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not through the charter?
It goes by nature of state statutes that allow term limits to be changed.
It ties into the home
okay.
rule aspect of
I
what
got it.
they've permitted us to be able to do for a charter, and it's kind of circumvents it in a way.
Exactly. So
I
the
understand what you
Constitution
mean.
provides limits as to what the charter can do, and case law has come out that says those limits do not include term limits because a certain word was left out of one section instead of another. And then you have a state statute which now authorizes it by way of a vote. So you can go and get the change by way of the state statute. You just can't do it through the charter.
Yeah.
Got it. Nuances of the authority.
Go ahead, Ben.
Moving on, we are now at number of supervisors. There was a discussion at the last meeting regarding the total number of supervisors. General law counties must maintain 5 supervisors. Charter counties, they do have some discretion. They're able to establish more than 5 if desired. Of the 15 charter counties, only 1 county has more than 5 supervisors, which is San Francisco, which has 11. It is a little bit nuanced because it's also a city, so it's a county and city. Regardless, they have 11 there. So there is some level of discretion to change that. I would just mention that if there was some recommendation to increase the number of supervisors, there was a large redistricting effort that occurred a couple of years ago, which took ample staff time, multiple public meetings, and quite a bit of funding that was required at the state level to redistrict the county. So that type of effort in and of itself is pretty substantial and should be considered. There was also discussion about the process to fill vacant supervisorial seats. General law counties, the governor appoints to fill the vacancy until the term expires. Charter counties have discretion. The Placer County Board vacancies are filled by unanimous vote of the remaining members within 30 days. And if they fail to act, the governor then appoints. There was a comment that was received from one of our department heads. We sent out a memo on behalf of the CEO's office to all department heads soliciting comment. We received one from a department head to look at this specific section of the charter, specifically related to unanimous vote versus majority vote of the remainder of the supervisors. And the commenter mentioned the fact that if it is a split vote, there is the issue in which county business just cannot be necessarily completed. So allowing for a majority vote may make it easier to fill that vacancy in a timely manner before it goes to the governor for consideration.
Does the governor have a timeline if it goes? Is there a statutory timeline for? What's that?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know if council does.
I'd have to look into it. We've never got to that point.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Not a request. Just
So
curious.
table 3 outlines all the 15 charter counties and the procedures they take to fill those vacant positions. As you can see, it kind of runs the gambit. Everything from board filling vacancies, special elections, general elections, or the governor filling, or a combination of those. So there's quite a bit that could be discussed there as far as the procedures go. Moving on to authority of appointed department heads. This is in line with committee member Meish's comment. The committee brought up the CEO's hiring and firing authority of appointed department heads. The county charter allows the CEO to appoint, suspend, or remove appointed department heads subject to board confirmation. In 2020, the previous charter reviewed this item and recommended amending this provision, which was Measure F, to grant CEO full authority over such appointments without board confirmation. Ultimately, that was defeated. I think I just mentioned it was Measure F. It's actually Measure G.
Yeah.
That was defeated with a 54.64% of the electorate voting no. On to elected officials' residency requirements. There was some discussion about strengthening the residency requirements of elected officials. Measure I was passed in 2020 as recommended from the previous charter committee, and that required all elected officials to have resided in the county for at least 30 days prior to nomination deadline and to maintain residency throughout their term. Prior to this amendment, residency was required only at the time of nomination, which is general law. There is some case law related to this, so I was going to hand it over to Clayton to discuss in more detail.
Yeah. So California cases have said basically if you have a residency requirement of over a year, that's excessive. Basically, the court's ruling is that is that kind of edit is not narrowly tailored and it doesn't have a legitimate purpose. Basically, it discourages newcomers from coming into the county and then holding positions. Federal law, which operates independently, has said really anything that's over 50 days starts to infringe on those issues. So if you are looking at extending any kind of residency, those are the frameworks as to the outer end as to how far you can extend some sort of residency requirement beforehand. As Ben noted, the current one is 30 days before nomination. My suggestion would be you could probably go out to 50 or 60. The federal case is not definite as to when you reach that end term, but California cases have ruled that a year is too much.
Is there any opportunity on like some end of the spectrum? Because perhaps there are, board members that hold multiple residences within the single county, but obviously they're there to represent districts in particular. But what if they move from one district to another? Is there any restriction that comes from that?
So this residency requirement is put in place prior to nomination. Currently, the way the charter is set up, they have to maintain residency during that entire term. So if your question is about prior to their nomination, can they switch residences or can they switch districts?
Yeah.
Yes, that would be allowed as long as they've done it at least 30 days beforehand under the current charter. If you wanted to make that change to extend it out longer, that certainly is a possibility.
Gotcha.
I thought the question you were asking is if someone has multiple residences, what if, and they claim that they're, maybe it's different, they claim a primary residence, but they spend most of their time in the other residence.
Yeah.
Is there any information that you can provide on what the rules are about
This
that?
is a tricky area.
Yeah,
I can tell you that. You can only have one residency at a time.
One primary residence.
One residency.
You can own a second
under the
home.
statute. Right. But that may not be your residence. So you are only allowed one at a certain time, and then it gets into a fact inquiry as to whether or not that is your residence. But you cannot technically have two residencies at the same time.
Right. So you have a residency that qualifies you for the position to which you've been elected, but you spend most of your time living in a different house.
Right. As I indicated, it becomes a fact-specific inquiry of where you're spending
Yeah.
your time and where you're spending the night, all those kinds of things.
I was trying to be considerate of district representation because obviously I think there's been potentially some discussion around the fact that perhaps board members spend a lot of their time in a district that isn't theirs, as opposed to being able to be that conduit for the representation of the people and the community that they're supposed to represent.
All right.
Quick question. If you can, for my ignorance, what exactly is the nomination deadline versus a filing, or what are we talking about?
So I may need to defer to our elections official.
That's why he's here.
I believe nomination deadline is the deadline. You can also be placed on a ballot by getting enough signatures,
right.
and I think that has to do with it. But
I thought it was filing papers, right?
Yeah, so Ryan Ronco, Placer County Court of Registrar of Voters. Generally speaking, candidates for county supervisor and county offices that would be affected by this need to file by the 88th day before an election. Candidate filing begins the 113th day before an election. So there is a filing period. That's when you have to go get your nomination papers. You collect signatures to be able to get your name on the ballot. All of that happens during that same period of time. Roughly 3 months, right? 88 days, 90 days, 3 months, roughly 3 months before.
So nomination and filing are
Same thing for the purposes of an elections process, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Ryan.
glad you were here.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
All right, moving on to home rule. Charter counties within California are given a limited amount of home rule authority from the state under Article 11, Section 4 of the California Constitution. I know Vice Chair Alessi has brought up some comments related to this, so I'm sure there will be more robust of a discussion. But generally, charter counties through this section may provide for the election, compensation, terms, removal, and salary of the governing board, election and appointment of compensation, terms, removal of county officers, the powers and duties of those officers, and consolidation and segregation of county offices. Placer County can amend its structure and processes through the charter as long as the amendments remain within the scope of authority delegated by the state through the article that I mentioned. And I believe there's additional case study there that I'll again hand it over to Clayton for.
Yes, thank you. I included a case in the memo, but probably the easiest way to explain this is there's been a lot of cases that have tried to deal with that distinction between what the Constitution allows for purposes of charter counties and the gray areas that fall in between it. There's probably, I think, a dozen cases that I have identified in the past 20 years that deal with that issue. And they all have a little bit different ruling. Most all of those cases are Court of Appeal cases for districts within California that are specific to those districts. And so I have a couple of themes that I wanted to pull out of those that I think are the general framework as to what you should be looking at in terms of the authority that is provided to you. Certainly, if it fits squarely within the authority provided in the Constitution, that is something that is within your authority. There are some other topics, though. If the subject matter is one of statewide concern, and that can be evidenced by state legislation on the topic that either occupies the entire field or makes it clear that local jurisdictions do not have authority in that area. If you have that situation, then it is basically preempted by the state. The state is the only one that can provide rulings on that. And you cannot have any kind of charter change that overrules the state. The other one is if the charter language incapacitates the county from performing essential functions imposed on it by the state. So think of essential functions, law enforcement, public health, supporting children, maintaining roads, highways. Then in that instance, the charter language would not be upheld either. So my recommendation in evaluating that is look first at the Constitution and specifically that article in the Constitution and see if it fits within there. If you get to those outer boundaries of whether it fits, then it really becomes a fact-specific inquiry or an inquiry as to what you're looking for in terms of a change and whether we can fit it in there or whether there is state legislation on that is already covering the field that then has precluded the county from being able to cover that topic.
Can you, if I can ask, can you, I'm not looking for a lot of detail here, but just highlight the differences of a charter versus general law? In other words, are most of these, is most of the scope of these items that the charter county has jurisdiction over not, for a general law county, they would be specified in state statute in most cases?
Yeah, so in general, there's a framework for general law counties that talks about all of the things that are discussed in the charter. The charter gives the county authority to modify those specific areas.
Yeah. But like, I mean, for example, pay obviously is localized. It's not statutory.
Right, but there are requirements there are code sections for general law counties that have to do with number of supervisors, all of those things. because we're a charter county, it's included in our charter and we have discretion to modify that.
Okay. Yeah.
And I should note, our charter defaults to, if it's not clearly set out in the charter, then it defaults to the general law requirement.
Are the charters, the other charter counties have the same scope, or are they unique to each county?
So the scope that is permissible under the Constitution is the same for all the charter counties. All of those charter counties have different charters, so they have gone through and made certain tweaks and changes to what is permissible. So there isn't one charter county may allow it, and another charter county may not, based on the language of the charter.
I think that there's some elements of the history of California that I think are apropos to this overall discussion, because this area was the seat of the state before it became a state. We'll say before 1849 and 1850's adoption of it into the federal union, that Placer and El Dorado County were running a government here before it was a state. Like, they defined the boundaries of what California was going to be, because this is where the gold rush was, and this is where everyone wanted to be. This is where they had to have some sort of civil functions, and the thoughts of like what is for the public good was deriving from this area prior to that. Obviously, as the state constitution comes into play, we end up reversing the role, where we deferred the capacity that we held for a long time to Sacramento, and now Sacramento's telling us what to do. So I'm sure you see the irony in that. And so when, as you mentioned, like some of the court cases that have popped up when it comes to statewide concern, as we've heard from the public, RENA has been determined to be of statewide concern. So it ultimately...
Before we get into discussion, we have an item presentation. So
yeah,
that's a good comment, but let's go to the last item you want to present on.
On to the last item, county seat requirements. The county seat is not defined or mentioned in the charter. There was a comment at the previous meeting kind of asking what the purpose of the seat was, how it's established, and kind of the process involved there. So each California county is assigned an official county seat by statute, which serves as the official administrative center where core government functions are based, such as board hearings. Auburn is Placer County seat. Relocating the county seat requires approval by 2/3 of the electorate in the general election. So that concludes staff's memo and the summary with that. Question?
Here's the question, yeah.
Well, yeah, just in that, what is the seat of government in the business? I mean, I thought when Mr. Ronco's office came over here, the official recorder of the county and the county clerk's office moved. You know, that could be made an argument. Not that Mr. Ronco asked me to say that, but it's not something I want to pursue in great detail at the time of the committee. But I'm a little interested in what that seat is, particularly as the county in the future adds more offices in Roseville and not Rockland when they move to the population down here. At some point, that becomes potentially an item. Nothing we need to worry about here.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So your memo says that you circulated a memo to the department heads and you received one comment?
Correct, from one department
And that it's
head.
in here, but I didn't see it.
So that is the filling of vacant board of supervisors positions.
Yeah.
It was an email comment that basically requested removing unanimous to majority vote from the remainder of the board, and then to look at potentially removing the allowance for the governor to appoint if the board cannot make a decision.
You good? Okay. If there aren't any other questions for staff on these topics, I'd like to open up to public comment. They've been waiting to discuss these issues, and thanks for coming out. This is a time where if you'd like to speak on any of the issues we just went over with public comment, you're going to have 3 minutes. I'm going to open up. If you can form a line over here if you'd like to talk about any of those issues. And then after that, we'll move on to discussion and talk about the 4 options they gave us.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to? No, this is just a first list that we
Yeah.
looked at, and we're gonna add to that
Yeah.
list based on what you guys shared tonight. And so I'm offering public comment on what the presentation, those topics that we just discussed. Okay.
Cheryl Workema, I hope I pronounced this right. I'd like to refer to Mr. Maish, is that correct? Mr. Maish's item about the CEO hiring and firing. And I believe it's actually a very controversial item. And the reason I say that is because it, for one thing, removes accountability from the supervisors to be involved in any decision-making. And so it's like plausible deniability. They can just point to the CEO and say, well, he made the decision, we did not. And I feel like we've elected our officials to represent us, not to have a department appointed person make those decisions. I also think that it removes transparency because currently the items have to be brought to the board, and there's going to be hearings, and there's going to be official job classifications. And now that what that does is it removes from the public the ability to know when anybody's being hired and fired and suspended. And I think that's very dangerous. I think there's already a lot of, between the years of tenure, some supervisors have been in 30 years, 20 years, and there's, they have relationships with the BIA, with the Pacific Business Alliance, and all these areas where there's a lot of conversations happening that the public is not privy to, and I think it just creates potential conflicts of interest, and for sure the transparency and the lack of public input is a concern. Thank you.
Cheryl, can I ask a question?
Okay.
Cheryl,
Yes.
so you support the charter as currently written?
I support the charter, yes. I think there was a good reason that it did. And I would also like to add that it wasn't even a no, there's an affirmative that legal writes up that says, here's our independent, when it goes on the ballot, what is that called?
Impartial analysis.
Oh, impartial analysis, yeah.
Impartial analysis. For one thing, sorry, Clayton, I don't think it's impartial. I think that
I'll talk to the drafter.
You get a paycheck from, supervisors actually help determine that. And so there wasn't even a comment that anyone from the public produced, and it still received majority vote. So I think that that's kind of an indication that the public didn't want that. And I believe the SACB, there were write-ups that said, this is not a good plan. And I think the public took that to heart.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you.
I want Brian Myers again. I wasn't going to say anything until Cheryl spoke. I think the problem with that initiative was that it was perceived as a power grab by the CEO's office. There wasn't anybody really arguing either side of it. And I think people are really afraid of investing too much power in any one person. That's kind of what we're complaining about in equivalency, that those two conflicting statutes create a conflict that you're asking your employees to try to resolve. And I think everyone in the world out there perceived that giving the CEO power like that could be really misused if you had the wrong person there. And so I would bet it wouldn't pass again if you tried it again, even if you hired a great advertising company, because people are too concerned about giving government, any one person in government, power. Democracy means a whole bunch of people coming together, theoretically, and giving power like that to one entity, one person, one office, it could be dangerous. And so I think that's why it didn't pass, and I'd be shocked if it ever did pass. So this is my little 2 cents on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, I'd like to go back for a second to the same issue I brought up before. At one time, there were redevelopment agencies, and the state canceled them. They put them out of business, and they've enacted a new law. And Placer County moved very quickly to create a new one of these organizations, and they've already passed a plan for it. The new outfit, and the Board of Supervisors have approved it. And it's an undeveloped area where the proposal for the California State University campus is and so forth. But I just wanted to mention there's another, and the question is, I don't know if you have authority to affect what these new semi-redevelopment agencies do or not, but I want to mention that that's another layer that has meetings, and that's another one with 2 Board of Supervisors members, I think, and someone else. It's part of a list I should probably try to get together because it's hard to keep track of all of them.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Anyone else here in person? Anyone online have their hand raised? Okay, then I'm gonna close public comment, and if it's okay with you guys, I think I'd like to do discussions around each topic individually.
Yes, absolutely.
And then maybe even a motion individually. Staff, can I do that? Okay.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. And also, just to put on the committee's minds that Committee Member Meisch did make a motion earlier.
Yeah.
This would be the time
Yeah.
to bring that back up if there's
Okay.
an interest.
Okay.
If I could, Chair, I just need to ask a couple of questions that are not related directly to this.
Okay.
To each specific topic, so it won't take very long, but,
Okay.
and my good friend Clayton, why not? Actually, I think this is gonna be fairly straightforward, but our first speaker was Brian, and he talked about, and it actually provided us a specific reference, 15.65.120. So where is that specifically contained, do you know?
Yes, so that's in the Placer County Code.
Right. So that's not in the charter.
Chapter. No, it's not in the charter. The thing that I think confuses a lot of people and trips people up, the charter is listed with the Placer County Code online.
Yeah.
It's the first
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah.
So it's in sections 101 to 609. Then after you go through that, then you start with chapter 1, chapter 2, and you go through 19 chapters of the Placer County Code. So as you scroll through it, it looks like it's all one document, but the charter itself is just that first section.
Okay, so Brian, for you, I'm guilty of that myself. I read the entire damn code prior to the last meeting, and but the reason this is important is because there are actually authorities that we have and there are authorities that we lack, and so what I want to understand is where that line is. So there was one comment made where it seemed like the last committee went to the Board of Supervisors and asked for approval to specifically address an issue that was not originally within their authority. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so how did that transpire, and is that a fifth option that we have if we want to address affordable housing in Placer County? I've got to tell you, having lived the dream as a planning commissioner for 3.5 years, I'm not particularly interested in it because this is the supervisor's responsibility and the planning commission's responsibility, and that sort of thing. But if we can lend some supporting fire to it in the charter, I'm glad to do it. And I bet everybody in this audience would have made a comment on it if they felt they had the time to do so. And then there's a secondary question to this, which is hopefully informative for everybody in the room. There is an outstanding study that is supposed to be completed by staff and presented to the Board of Supervisors, and that is still pending on this very issue. And the idea is when we went through this in the Planning Commission and we did the rezoning, we directed the staff to come back with a study on this very issue on affordable housing in Placer County and the 10% rule and all that stuff. So where is that, and do you know when that will be presented to the supervisors?
What was the point of the study?
Yeah.
What was
The study, very brief background. We had tremendous run up to this thing, and then we had a 10-hour meeting.
So update on the general plan.
Well, no, this was a rezone of 8 essential properties, essentially 8 properties, as I recall, in Placer County. And the rezone was done to rezone them from residential to high density residential.
Yeah.
So And during that entire process, laced throughout that was, look, the 10% rule is not working. We have a mess on our hands. And 5 years from today, we're going to have another mess on our hands. We are failing the people of Placer County. And that's what we heard in the first two talkers. And other ones would have said the same thing. So we directed a study. And these people and everybody in Placer County should know when that study is going to be completed. It was supposed to be completed in February. It was not. So when's it going to be completed?
Yes, I can respond in part to this, just mostly because it would take me some more time to research it. But yes, aware of the Planning Commission's action and the board's direction to have that study done by end of February. I believe staff did come back in that end of February timeframe and indicated to the board that they had retained a consultant and were working on the study, and that they would have further information about that study later this year. I believe that was the latest update provided on it. It has not yet returned to the board to my knowledge, and I am just going off my personal knowledge on this. I may not be 100%.
So for everybody, this is a really big deal to you and to a lot of people in Placer County, and I'm not sure we're the right group to fix that. We can put some stuff in the charter, but the fact of the matter is the supervisors need to act on this. We need to study this problem, I guess, and fix it. And frankly, the in lieu of fees are a fundamental aspect of this, but we're probably not the right crew to fix that particular issue. This is well down the path in the supervisors. And frankly, I encourage everybody in this room to call their supervisor and say, tell the staff to get off its butt. And I'm reminded I shouldn't get fired, but tell the staff to get off its butt and do this.
Okay. So just to respond briefly, you had a question before that I hadn't answered yet about the scope of the charter and whether there was authority for it. This committee has been convened to recommend changes to the charter back to the Board of Supervisors. So that's the scope of your role. There was an exception last year when Civil Service Commission requirements came up during the charter review, and the mechanism to get to the voters appeared to be very similar, and that was the basis of the request to the Board of Supervisors for that authority. Then the board granted that authority to also review that, which is when you got the Charter Review Committee's recommendation on that. The county code itself, all of those chapters of the county code, including chapter 15, that can be modified by the Board of Supervisors. So the Board of Supervisors is the appropriate authority to modify any of the Placer County Code sections. You certainly, as a charter review committee, can provide recommendations, and this happened 5 years ago, that were outside of the charter, but also items that came up that the charter review committee thought were of beneficial importance to the board, and that came forward in the report. It was essentially two sections: one, charter recommendations; another one, other changes that came up that we would suggest be looked at. So that might be another mechanism for your committee as well. If you did want to do anything expressly outside of the charter, it would require you going back to the board to get authority.
Okay, let's do that. Let's have a fifth column, and where it's maybe not in our authority, but we'd like, to continue discussing or have some kind of influence. So,
Chair Hertog, may I make some comments about this, because there actually is a tie-in to the charter itself.
Okay. Sure.
So obviously, we as a committee, we're not actually changing the charter itself. We only make recommendations about the charter as authorized in section 601. I believe, and I'd be willing to make a motion for this, is right at the very end of it, is make recommendations for amendments to or revisions of this charter, as well as the statutes of the county, like as simple as that. Because again, it's only recommendations, but it does put it on the radar for the board to address, specifically because we were receiving public comment about it and ultimately had a focus on it. And I think that might be, because as we've just had the discussion, obviously the charter is packed in with all of the statutes right behind it. So obviously Dan's hard work in the first meeting would ultimately be rewarded, because the more we know about all of the statutes that are going on with the county, then we have the ability to make more recommendations that are a little bit broader in a spectrum to address obviously the public's concerns.
So you're asking for a vote of the people to amend the charter for section 601 to give it broad authority, which is one vote, and then you want to come back and address the specific issue that Dan just mentioned about affordable housing, because that's two different things.
Well,
So
maybe
you-
not so narrow, but it's just so that way we do have the ability to, because it was more, I believe, as Clayton was referring to, it was more of like an informal recommendation as opposed to how the committee, if we are able to amend the charter,
I
it
was on
becomes
that-
more formal for the recommendation.
I was a part of that discussion, and as I recall, it was a pretty heated discussion that kept coming back to the charter committee, and I think it was Clayton, keep me honest, that helped guide us through the process for that specific issue. So what you just proposed is a broader expansion of the charter to include, quote unquote, the general code. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
And then you would also at the same time want to go after the specific issue that Dan just mentioned. Because it's just because you have that in there doesn't mean that it's automatic that you're going to be able to address that. You still have to put the
because
vote.
again, we're only a recommendation
Yeah,
committee.
I know, but
Yeah.
what I'm asking is it appropriate to discuss the issue at hand and get that to the right people to address the Board of Supervisors? Or are you more interested in expanding the charter, section 601, so that this committee becomes a bigger process every 5 years, is what I'm asking.
I would lean towards that our scope should be to be able to review not only the charter, but all of the legislation that the Board of Supervisors has passed, essentially, to enact into a form of law for our local government.
Yeah.
And so, again, as far as what the public has voiced as an expression for ability to provide transparency and accountability, then we are just another conduit to being able to accomplish that.
Okay, well,
Okay,
let's.
yeah, I just wanted clarification.
Yeah,
that's all.
if it's okay, that's a very complicated thing to do. Okay, let's move through these.
Yeah.
And then let's see if we need more information on what you mentioned. But I'd like to.
Would you permit me to respond to this conversation while it's all in everybody's mind?
If it's the will of
I'm
the
flexible,
committee,
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
More brains are better than.
I
Just
think
so the chair's aware,
I have closed.
if you reopen public comment,
Yeah,
for
no,
one,
I
you
know.
have to reopen
Exactly.
it for
Hang on
everybody.
a second, Brian. Hang on. Okay.
I'm not shutting you down. I'm just
No.
making sure we follow the Brown Act requirements.
I hear you. And so I will entertain a motion by this committee to reopen public comment. If that's what you want to do and you all agree and vote to do that, then I will reopen public comment.
So moved.
Okay? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote to see if we want to reopen public comment.
Yes.
If I could make a quick amendment here or ask a question.
Excuse me.
Don't we have, we did, you're right, my mistake. We did have public comment on all of these issues, didn't we, Alright, my mistake. Yes.
Marina,
Yes.
Nate,
No.
Alexi,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Herzog.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. I'm going to reopen public comment. Anyone that would like to discuss and have another 3 minutes, please form a line over here. And we'll start with you, Brian.
Thank you. Brian Myers again. Thank you for your points. I don't think it's as complicated as you're making it out to be. I think that the charter, section 301 of the charter, and I agree with Clayton and Mr. Woodward that it's confusing the way it's written online. It looks like it's all part of the same thing, but it's not, and obviously. But 301A of the charter says the board shall have all the jurisdiction and authority which may thereafter be granted by the Constitution and the laws of the state of California and this charter. Section B says it is the purpose of this charter to allow the people of Placer County to have self-government and home rule. And then the other sections, 300, 400, 500, 600, talk about who gets to hire people, who gets to fire people, and every one of those sections has a little bit of language in it that every employee has to honor the county code and has to follow the laws of the state of California and Placer County as performing their duties. So what we're arguing is that there are two of the county code sections that are inconsistent with each other. One that says 10% shall be done, and the other that allows equivalency, that allows one person, the planning director, to circumvent that. There's two separate sections there. So what we're asking you folks to do is say an employee cannot honor the county charter because we have these two inconsistent Placer County codes, that he's got to pick one or the other. Either you shall build 10% or we're going to give you waivers and never talk about it. And so that's where you can gain your authority, gain some jurisdiction by saying that the charter puts a responsibility on employees to live a certain standard, to work at a certain standard, but you have inconsistent codes in these two sections at least that make that almost impossible for the planning director to abide by it. Okay. So I don't think you have to change the code or the charter to get to the issues I appreciate that you're all being supportive of. I think you can say to the board, you need to look at these two code sections. They are inconsistent with each other. They're giving too much authority to one person within the county, and it violates the charter for that person to be put in that position. And I'm sure Clayton can help with some of the language in that, because I read it, I know it, I'm a lawyer, I understand how that all works. And so I think that you can get where you want to get without having to amend the charter or do anything else. You can just, we're asking you to point out to the board these inconsistencies.
Got it.
And
I think it's a challenge of like, do we just take the same tact as the previous committee, or do we try to expand our powers to be able to do that more authoritatively?
I hear you, but I think the way Dan said it was consistent with the way he was explaining it.
Okay.
All right, thank you for allowing me to come back up. I really appreciate all of you for voting yes.
Brian, just a quick comment for you. Every project.
Let me do public comment. Okay. I'll bring it back to us. Okay. We can discuss that.
Fine.
Okay,
Right,
it's another, thank you, Ryan.
Cheryl
You were
Workman.
at that 10-hour meeting, dude.
Yeah, it's a long.
I just have a quick comment to follow on to what Brian just said, and that is the other thing that was brought up by one person having so much power is RM30. So as part of the housing element, what happened was there was this conflict that we talked about, two different ways of looking at the 10%, or you can do whatever the potpourri of menu options is. But RM30 was put into a specific program, the Housing Element Amendment, and then it is now being used, RM30, as a loophole for infill development, where any specific plan can come up and say, oh, from that new menu now I only have, besides the potpourri of options, where the director can decide, I now have this infill thing where I can choose anywhere and create an infill project. So I think there's an additional ask for that charter, which is don't allow them to just plop RM30 wherever they want because they can, because there is a single director allowing that power. That was out of scope. It may have passed with the Board of Supervisors for the housing element rezone project, but now it's just being pulled out of the sky and used randomly by specific plans to add density wherever they want. And that's a cost to taxpayers, and it allows the developer to build market rate rather than, so they're pushing the can further down the road and they're not solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Michael?
Mike Garabedian. But last time I went to one of these annual get-togethers was a couple years ago, and I want to compliment every one of you and the staff for the seriousness and attention you're giving to these issues. It's not just complimentary, but it's what the county needs, and I congratulate all of you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Dan, you missed that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Excuse me, I want to make a quick comment. One of the concerns we have is that it seems like the planning director is running the county And we didn't elect him. We elected the supervisors. We went to a meeting and we talked about this project that's impacting our community plan, our environment, and our riparian area. And the supervisor said, oh, he couldn't give us any information. I think the supervisors should be more involved, and the planning director shouldn't have the power to say, okay, we're gonna ignore the community plan and pick this parcel for high density in a community where it doesn't have any amenities to handle an affordable housing. But we're also gonna ignore the community plan that says it's supposed to be low density and businesses for the benefit of the community. And he just ignores the community plan. That's one of our concerns too, is that the county seems to be ignoring our community plans, which should take precedence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public? Not seeing anyone. Anyone online? No one online. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. And I think we maybe had a few comments that wanted to be shared based on what was just stated.
Yeah, I guess my only comment for folks is that there may be examples that you're citing that I'm not, well, there are examples that you're citing that I'm not familiar with clearly. And my experience as a planning commissioner is, getting dated and that sort of thing. But the process that I saw anyway, that went through the planning commission on major projects over 100, et cetera, they went through the planning commission, zoning perhaps, planning commission, the staff brought together good packages typically, and then on to the supervisors for approval. And so I guess my point here is that at least most of the things that I'm familiar with and can recall went through the supervisors for approval. These are major projects with more than 100 housing, houses in them and that sort of thing. And so while the planning director has certain authorities for sure, the planning director shouldn't be, to my knowledge anyway, plopping down large projects in rural communities, for example, without supervisor involvement and supervisor approval. That's what my experience has been.
Okay. Let's try to tackle some of these topics.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about supervisor compensation as a discussion. We have some options in front of us. We kind of have 4 categories that we're trying to hone in on. Let's have discussion around this, and if someone would like to make a motion around that, then we can do that.
I had a question for additional. What are the value of the benefit package for the supervisors in each of in Placer County and in our comparison counties? Okay. Because I think just looking at the dollars is, I'm not opposed to the suggestions that we move this from being dependent on what other people make, others' decisions, but I would like to first understand the total compensation package.
Good question.
And not just the dollars.
So that might be a more information request,
Yeah.
unless staff has an immediate response to that. I think that's a great question. We don't have that information.
Chair, we could definitely follow up with the full benefits package. I will mention some of these jurisdictions. It's a little bit difficult to find the information readily on, especially the benefit side of things for not our jurisdiction, but other jurisdictions. So I will do research. I can call other counties to start to determine some of that information for you. My request, I would request that you provide direction. Are you asking for all counties in California or just charter counties?
I'm only asking for the ones that we use to come up with the salaries for our
So Sacramento and El Dorado County.
Right.
And Nevada.
No, Nevada is not a charter county.
But they
still used.
They still set the salaries
do.
for
Okay,
Placer
okay,
County.
okay.
So I can absolutely, I don't have that on top of hand, but I can absolutely provide that for you.
Do you know off the top of hand, do our supervisors receive the same management benefits package that the employees do?
There might be some nuances there, but overall, it is very consistent with management staff.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure, enumerating the benefits that they receive is one task, and putting an annual value to those benefits is, just in case there was a misunderstanding. I'm really asking for both those things.
Okay.
So I guess the question I have is, so we do not know the annual salary for Nevada County?
We do, and it's in the memo.
I saw the wording per hour.
Because it was the same, yeah.
So
Oh, so it's the same as Sacramento?
I wrote it at El Dorado. It should be the same as El Dorado.
El Dorado.
Yeah, it looked about the same.
Because the hourly was the same, that's why.
So
it's
what-
$82,555.
So what's the benefit of looking at it hourly?
That's just the way that HR set up
Okay.
their annual evaluation.
Are you a workday county?
Yeah.
You are.
Because I guess I'm just curious as to why these three, because, you know, when I look at a supervisor role, I look at the population. And I went through and looked at all the population. You know, Sacramento is 1.6 million, El Dorado is 193,000. I don't know about Nevada, but it doesn't seem like any of these counties are close to the population for Placer County. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out how that relates to what they're getting paid for, because you would think that it would be closely tied to the population. And with none of these counties being close to our county, it's not processing for me.
This is all based on the history of how this thing got
Yeah, I
passed
get-
in the
I
first
get
place,
that,
you
I
know.
get that, but-
Whether there's any logic to that or not back then, I don't think there
Well,
was.
I'm trying to, I guess I'm trying to find a correlation, because I understand what we were trying to accomplish, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just interesting that the top half of this chart is based on Superior Court judges per ordinance, and did we look at that previously?
Off top of hand, I couldn't tell you that.
Okay,
And I
okay.
also don't even know if I could find that
Yeah, that's
information
why
at this
I
point.
thought, I thought.
The only connection that I could see that I believe maybe was provided as direction to staff was the fact that they are the neighboring jurisdictions.
Yeah, which makes
So,
sense to
so
me, yeah.
residents will quickly be able to
Yeah.
identify and relate to those.
Well, and I thought about that being logical in my mind, because when you think about the potential of getting candidates for the role, it's easy for someone to come in from a neighboring county versus further away.
Well, it's
Okay.
cost of living comparison.
Exactly. That was all I had.
I want to honor your question. Are you asking for maybe comparable salaries with equivalent population districts?
Well, I actually went through all of these. There are none.
Maybe they're not on the list, but
They're not,
General
they're not a charter county,
Yeah.
period. Because I went through the whole list that Ben gave us, and I recorded the population for all of these, and there's no one even in the 400,000 population. The
Okay.
closest is Santa Barbara.
If I could-
Point of clarification, if you don't mind, Chair.
Okay.
Just because they're not included within that, so what you received in that
Yeah.
table is the 15 charter county
Okay.
supervisory
Yeah.
salaries.
Okay.
General law counties, they pass an ordinance.
They do the
that-
same thing, it's just different.
That sets
Okay,
the supervisor's
okay,
salary. So if
okay.
there is a request and direction from the committee that we look at similar population size counties and what they're receiving, and then include the benefits package and enumeration
like
of
to
those
do that?
benefits, we could
If
do that.
this, the group, I'm, right now, I'm just processing information.
Okay.
If I could just make a
Yeah.
quick comment about this. This then expands the question. Because we're now into compensation,
Mhm.
as opposed to the question about whether or not the voters of Placer County should have a role in their supervisor's compensation.
Mhm.
That was the original question.
Mhm.
Right now, the voters of 3 other counties set our supervisors' compensation level. And in 2024, as we know from the last meeting, the grand jury in Sacramento said that the supervisors used improper data to establish their salary, which is not reflected in our staff report. And that's the kind of information that the supervisors are gonna need when we go in front of them and ask them if they wanna continue that. Because as a voter in Placer County, I can tell you that whoever votes, yeah, I want to continue that, is not ever going to get my vote, because that's ridiculous. So if we want to do a comparison of actual compensation across charter counties or whatever, or like populations, I think that's perfectly valid, but to me, that's a separate question than the one we've got right now. So,
Well,
and I don't know whether we want to expand it or
Well,
not.
I thought the original question was, is this a valid process for evaluating the Board of Supervisors' salaries? And to me, that's the larger question.
I would agree.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
would agree with that.
So, Dan, I agree with you that changing this so that our supervisors are not paid because other voters outside the county made decisions. But then, if we're gonna take that, we're gonna need to come up with a new formula.
Yeah, exactly.
So I agree with Loretta that understanding what supervisors get paid in similar populated counties provides some good background information for the conversation about how do we want to change it.
Yeah, that's great. And it'll give Ben more to do, which is great.
That's why I was pausing.
The only comment I have is,
or do you have a specific proposal?
Yeah.
Well, my proposal at the last meeting, I just mentioned it briefly, was tied to basically the CPI. In other words, when you have a 2.5%, which is what it probably is forecast to be for Social Security in 2026, the increase there, what we would say is your base salary is right now what it is, and we're going to give you a 2.5% raise in 2026. The finance department in Placer County then would have a more, it's my opinion, I've never worked in finance and I don't know a damn thing about it, but it would seem then that they would have at least more heads up and have a more predictable, circumstance with regards to compensation for supervisors. And the supervisors would know as well, and the people of Placer County could approve it in a ballot measure, and we're hopefully done with this. Your base salary's here, CPI in the future. So that was my thought, but you guys, may have other ideas. But that's a good idea. I mean, to get a little more info on it.
If I may ask for additional clarification, I've done the CPI thing in various locations, and there's a number of ways of calculating it. Is there a standard procedure that the county has, a standard CPI index? In other words, there's West Coast cities, and then there's the United States. I mean, they do CPIs for different. So if we wanted to go with CPI, could staff make a recommendation on exactly what CPI index they would recommend and give us a small history of how it's been changing recently?
Absolutely, we could provide that. For many of our development impact fee studies, we look at CPI, so we do have some that we're already reviewing, so we could provide that information as well.
Comment. I think one of the challenges that makes Placer unique is this isn't just about population, right? It's not just about geography.
It's development level.
I don't know if we're legitimately unique, but we're a very high growth county. We have unique needs, right? I mean, there's so many different things going on in this county compared to many other counties.
Especially
my concern with CPI is we're establishing a base for who we are today. In 10 years from now, we may have full-time supervisors, and we probably want to, acknowledge a salary with a different base level, for example. If we start looking at comps, it's like you said, it's not just population. Fresno, it's 1 million people. There's a lot of growth there. It's in some ways it's very similar growth. In other ways it's very different. We're gonna run into a few things like that. If we really think we want to have a different set of comparable points of comparison, we need to take some of those things into consideration, right? It's not just that pop, and we also need to think about where we're headed, what our future expectations are of our supervisor. I don't think anybody who knows our supervisors would think they have a part-time job as supervisor
Exactly.
today.
Yeah.
And
Exactly the feedback we're getting.
I look at the salary they're making and I think, you know, that's,
Too low.
it's a little low, right? And probably a quarter of the county employees make more than they do. Not that they need to make more than all of them, but point is, it's a big job and it's a growing job.
Yeah, good point.
So I don't, you know, we could really get lost on this particular topic. I'm a little curious if do we have an appetite to want to change that, or are we just kind of fishing on it? Either one's fine. I'm just looking for where the committee is.
I would presume that maybe we could field it as a topic that comes up on our future meetings as well, so that way we're hearing ideas from the public too, so it's not relegated to just our minds alone to come up with some sort of new model. I mean, I think it's an interesting thought process and brainstorming activity to think of something that's new and cutting edge. Obviously, the comparison tactics against, you know, something similar that we can quantify, but I would get concerned if we were focusing too much on like population overall, because we have unique economics relative to maybe a comparative county with overall population, and we don't want to incentivize them to just say, let's get more heads in here because then we get paid more. So what is the overall rationale for determining that like a good quality of life and incentive package for somebody to want to represent the people of the area and to make sure that their values are ultimately in line with what we're trying to accomplish, not only now but in the future?
And I guess what I'm looking for is validation, because when in the first meeting when it came up, it started me to think about, because this wasn't discussed before in our session. And so it started me to think about if there's concern and we've validated that the range is an appropriate range, I'm okay with looking at a methodology that would take us forward.
Yeah.
And we don't know that until like what does a Superior Court judge make in Placer County?
244,000.
Okay.
They make the same everywhere.
Change.
Okay,
Yeah,
they do.
they're across the board for the state of
So
California.
it's just interesting that some of these counties are using that. Well, when you look at them, the majority of them are using that as a
I think our
trigger,
supervisors would like to use that.
Yeah.
Nobody's done that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be voting for that one.
So,
So
can
just
I
looking
ask
for
you guys a
validation.
question? We're talking about changing this. We're talking about recommending a change. This would have to go before the voters. Would that be correct? To change this?
Yeah.
So, you know, when I think back on the history of this and how long it took to even get what we have, you know, it was years of fighting,
I agree.
you know. And so I just want to caution, if we're going to change it, you know, to keep in mind that everything we suggest could be just go up in smoke in the ballot box.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's one of the reasons why I tend to agree with Dan. I was just looking at how do we make this as simple as possible.
Yeah.
We have a base salary now, we tie it to something that accelerates it in the future. I don't disagree that the supervisors probably don't get paid enough. I mean, I've worked alongside a lot of them, and they are definitely not part-time workers. In fact, I'm not sure I'd want the job, you know, just because of the time it takes. And yet, for us to say that is good, but to get the county, the constituents to vote to give this raise, it failed so many times before, you know. So I think we have to be cautious in how we proceed. I do appreciate Einer's comments, and you know, I think that we do need to know what is the whole package. What are we really looking at that is being paid, just so we have something to compare it to. But as far as changing it, we just need to be cautious on how are we actually going to sell this.
Yeah, and that's
You know?
why I didn't say change it. I said I'm looking for validation.
Yeah.
You could
So that we
also
can be comfortable. Yeah.
we could also do something if we went all the way down that path. And don't forget the Board of Supervisors have to vote for this too to get it on the ballot. You know, if you did CPI and you had, you know, the kind of concerns I'm raising, you trigger it to a time. It's time bound, right? In 2035, there's an opportunity to revisit it. You know, which of course there's an opportunity to revisit it at any time, literally. But you could trigger that to make sure that we don't end up with a base salary down the road that's really low compared to what we'd want to have.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Yeah.
I move that we establish 2 topics and continue them both for further discussion. The first topic is the one that's currently in the staff report, which has to do with determining whether we should return the process of establishing supervisor pay to the Placer County voters. And then the second topic is to determine what that process would entail with regards to compensation if it is returned to Placer County voters.
The formula.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So that's a motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
We've got a first and a second. We'll do roll call vote. Einer.
Woodward,
Yes.
Page,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
Farina,
Yes.
Alessi,
Yes.
Herzog.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna go to the next topic, which is supervisor.
So is there clarification, so all the items that we gave to Ben, to earlier, or we don't need those anymore?
Yeah, we do.
No, that
Oh, no, we do.
We need all, because that feeds
I
question
see,
number
that's
2.
what confused me
We
about
do.
the motion, because it did not make a recommendation, it just says turn it back to the voters. So in my mind,
Oh.
I don't know what that means.
We requested more information.
Yeah,
So
so,
it's being continued.
Yeah.
yeah, but I guess the motion doesn't say
But
that to
we've
me.
separated the topic
No,
into
the
2.
motion doesn't say that to me.
Okay.
I thought,
Okay.
Let's,
Well, let me just
is it in the,
state.
Okay.
We did get 3 topics that there were discussion about looking further into.
Mhm.
I don't know that necessarily needs a motion since it's being continued, if there is a mutual
Exactly,
understanding that
exactly.
staff is gonna be looking into that. The
Gotcha.
3 topics I had,
Okay.
just to make sure we're all on the same
Yeah.
page. What is the value of the benefit package in
Mhm.
each of the counties that are existing, so Sacramento, El Dorado, and Nevada? 2, look at other compensation in same population counties or similar population counties. And then 3, staff to make a recommendation on a CPI increase.
And
Yeah.
Those are the
one,
3
one minor
topics.
correction, add Placer to that list on number 1.
Yeah.
We want to know what Placer is as well as the others.
And what I heard in Dan's motion is we want a list of topics, and we want this issue broken into 2 separate topics.
I didn't.
Well,
One topic,
I'm sorry, I didn't
one
get that.
topic is
I'm sorry,
is
I didn't get that, so.
returning control to Placer County and how we do that, Placer County voters. And the second is, what should the total compensation be?
Can somebody read back the
Did-
motions?
I can take a shot at
Okay,
it.
okay.
I wrote as fast as I
But
can.
here's the
You
thing,
speak.
just so you know, I mean, what you said, Clayton, I'm okay with,
Okay.
because the motion that I tried to spit out is kind of contained in your CPI discussion. That, I'm not saying the CPI thing is the right answer, it could be the wrong answer, but, you know, we can't have that discussion unless we are saying, okay, if this comes back away from Sacramento and El Dorado and whatever, then we have to tell them how this is gonna work in the future. So it's kind of integrated.
We're just continuing this down.
Yeah,
For
so
purposes
it's
of
too
the motion,
premature.
just because I did have an
Yeah,
ask,
yeah,
I'll read what I had. It was a
Yeah.
move to continue for discussion and to establish 2 topics. 1, should we return control to the Placer County voters? And 2, what is the process that we should look at in regard to compensation?
100%, that's perfect.
yeah.
So in my mind, that's too premature considering the action items that we have outstanding. But it was approved.
Okay, we're gonna go on to the next topic, which is supervisor term limits. Let's have a discussion on that. And then we'll look for a motion and direction with term limits. Thoughts?
I do. I have thoughts on it too. I heard what you had said as we had the lead up to the meeting here, Nathan. That you know, it's obviously a concern of the public. And so we need to, you know, demonstrably, you know, take that into account. I am of the opinion that term limits are probably reasonable, no matter where you are, just because even though you might have a board of supervisor or some other elected official that's really good for the county, especially in their first or second term, and you would want them to remain, I think that there's as much of an equal opportunity for them to become jaded or just almost maybe a little bit antagonistic towards the public and the job, and it's just a grind. And so to mandate that they at least get a 4-year break before getting back into it, I think could be healthy. So that way, you know, there's that reset mentally and the ability for obviously public sentiment to be around the idea that, hey, your first stint there was really good, and now that you've had time to recharge and be able to see things from a little bit of a different perspective, you can get back into it, you know, just take a break.
I have a different opinion.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Roseville has term limits, and I've watched the effect of that be. There are a number of regional governments. In other words, Board of Supervisors does a lot more than just run Placer County. They engage in joint powers agreements for how they do sewer and garbage collection, and there's SACOG and try to get transportation money. And Roseville is forever sending a rookie to those meetings because they have term limits. And so by the time somebody figures out the system, you know, they're attending a meeting with a whole roundtable of regional elected officials, all of whom have a lot of tenure and a lot of respect within the room, and the local guy shows up, doesn't know anything about it because he just got elected and appointed to this new board he didn't even know existed before the election, and gets nowhere trying to advance the local agenda. Sorry for the speech. I think term limits are bad for government. If supervisors or whatever elected officials are starting to do a bad job, elect somebody new.
So what are the term limits in Roseville?
2 terms.
2 terms.
Is that the city, bless you, is that the city of Roseville?
Yeah.
No waiting period?
Yeah, you sit out 1 term and then you can run again.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, you're just discussing the concept of momentum, that like somebody that has an established tenure understands the system way better and can get things done that much quicker and keep acting on the things that they've had an agenda for.
That's a different way of saying the same thing. And especially in the context of regional governments in which our supervisors play a major role. I think it's particularly important.
I think it does raise an interesting question, just because the idea that we, at least historically, haven't had term limits, and that Placer County has been successful over time, and that we are one of the, you know, more desirable counties to be in, would possibly be a reflection of how local government has ran up to this point. So, I mean, of course, I'm undermining my own position here to a degree, but obviously I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you out when it comes to the idea that maybe our success is a little bit derived from the idea that we can have a long-standing and a set of supervisors that get some momentum going.
Yeah, as chair, you always question when you should speak up with your own opinion because you're trying to manage a group here. You guys are great, by the way. Thanks for your suggestions and input. My ultimate question goes back to what problem are we trying to solve with term limits? And I'm just not clear on that. And I think we also limit the public's options. The voters, I trust our voters. I trust the election process. And limiting their options, if we have a great person in place and then we tell the public they can't have them anymore, I'm curious as to the problem we're trying to solve that the public can't already solve. So I'm not a fan of term limits. I think we've had a blessing and some amazing supervisors that have lasted in our county that have been great role models for people. So not a fan of this.
If you don't mind me ping-ponging a little bit.
Sure, yeah.
Just to obviously play devil's, because like it's obviously a huge sentiment for the public. I've heard it quite often, and I think at least as far as like how cynical I've been of like larger government at the state or federal level, it's just that the politicians get involved with the commercial side and they get in bed with one another, and then there's PACs that are formed in order to support the idea that they have a really easy way of reacquiring the position that might not necessarily be totally in line with what I think a lot of the general public has done, but it's just because of the marketing campaigns and the kind of manufactured support for them that they ultimately get reinstalled despite possibly the public sentiment.
Okay.
Comments? I'd like to hear your comments, if you have any.
I do. I have mixed emotions about term limits. I mean, I've seen abuses of power that I think term limits should have been in place and would have helped. But when I look at Placer County, as much as I don't want to, I have to kind of agree with Nathan. We've had some very long-term supervisors in Placer County, and I've known most of them.
Yeah.
And most of them have been really good supervisors, so the public didn't elect somebody new because they had somebody that was doing the job. And to tell somebody that's doing the job, thank you very much, see you later, that doesn't make sense. The flip side of that is, when we have long-term supervisors, if they aren't forward enough thinking to stay on top of things, then you get a stagnant process that, let's keep it as is and move forward, and there's nothing new that happens under the sun, so to speak. So, like I said, I have mixed emotions. I don't think, as Nathan said, I don't think I would necessarily support term limits for Placer County just because in the history, and I've been here all my life of Placer County, the last supervisor that wasn't very good was when I was a kid. I didn't know much about politics. I just heard about it. You know what I mean? Other than that, they're there because they're doing a good job. And I would hate to kick them out, so to speak. If I was to support term limits, it would probably be the 3-term and then 4 years off. So they have plenty of time to establish themselves and do some work. I think short-term limits are, I know that two consecutive terms is as short as you can do, but sometimes that's not enough time to get the job done that you need to get done, so that's not a very definitive answer, but at this point I think I'm probably leaning more towards Nathan and leaving it as is.
Question, obviously there isn't any precedent to support the idea that you can kind of create a large runway for them before they have a break, like 4 or 5 terms consecutively. There is still opportunities for them to be voted out each time. It's just that you do give them that opportunity to really establish themselves, but there is still that prevention down the road of them from just being a little bit too familiar and a little bit too, I guess I was saying, embedded with maybe parties that ultimately prop them up to continue their agenda. So obviously no one's done it before, but can you do 4 or 5 consecutive before they would have to have a break?
Yes.
I would be open to that, because that's still plenty of time to make your mark and do what you got to do before you have to take a break.
Mr. Chair, I'm open to moving this to a vote of removing it from the list. I just don't, as with several other people here, I have mixed feelings about term limits. If there were 30, 40 people in here demanding term limits, I would have a different view. But I don't think we have a problem to fix this charter in session. there are other things that are a little bigger appetite for us if we're gonna buy the
Okay.
apple.
Welcome to make a motion.
So I guess we're gonna kind of move on each of these. If we're gonna put them on a list, I would move.
Could I pause you real quick, Chris, just before, because I understand where you're going with that. Can I just have like a rundown of like how many consecutive terms does our current board currently exist on right now? Like, who is the longest standing one? How many terms have they been working with?
I think the longest standing one is Bonnie Gore. I think she's on her second term.
Yeah, two.
Third
Third term. Okay.
Bonnie and Cindy both.
Prior to that, we did have some long tenured
Yeah.
supervisor. Jim Holmes
Yeah.
was, I want to say
Robert
that
Wygant.
five
Wygant,
category,
yeah.
or maybe longer.
He was possibly around 5 consecutive.
Supervisor Wygant was another one that had a
Yeah.
long tenure.
Alex Ferrer.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else in the room been elected at least twice?
All right, sorry about that, Chris. Go for it.
No, so I would move that we remove it from the list and move on to the next issue.
Okay.
second.
We have a first and a second. Can we do a roll call vote for that?
Johnson,
Aye.
Walker,
Aye.
Woodward,
Yes.
Farina,
Yes.
Nate,
Yes.
Alessi,
No.
Herzog.
Yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and move to the next item, which is number of supervisors. Go ahead and open discussion on this, and if someone feels like they want to move for a motion, you can also do that.
I'll move to remove.
This is a monster.
Yeah, it is.
I'll second.
Ben paid me for that one right there.
Yes.
Okay, Einer seconded that.
Who was first? I'm so sorry.
I move to remove
Chris, yeah.
from the list.
Johnson,
Aye.
Nate,
Aye.
Walker,
Aye.
Woodward.
Yes.
Farina,
Yes.
Alessi,
No.
Herzog.
Yes. Okay, that passed. We're gonna go to the next item, which is filing of vacanted supervisor positions. So this is one that we'll go ahead and discuss. I thought we might have more public comment on this topic, and we didn't have a lot on it, but any thoughts on this one?
I'll share mine. I think 30 days is a little short, and so I would recommend that we move it to 60 days. But I like keeping the unanimous because it forces the board to deal with the issue in a little different way, and I think it's important for this topic.
Yeah, I'd like to second that because, not as a motion, but just second the comment.
Okay.
In the same way that an executive should have a little more security. I was in a position where I was responding to a 5-member board, and we had a saying, you gotta have 3, right? And because it does put you on a little tenuous, and in the same sense, I realize the challenge here that's being raised about having unanimous, but unanimous kind of forces, if there is a split board, it does force them to pick somebody that's gonna have to work with that board.
Right,
You know,
because
in
the
a more.
hammer of having the governor do it,
Well,
force them.
That's a great incentive to
Yes,
find
it is.
somebody that all 4 of them
Yeah.
can be on top of. I do agree with you that 30 days is not a lot of time. Ideally, one knows before that 30 days starts, but that wouldn't always be the case.
Yeah, because some have 60.
I mean, can
looking
we
at
compromise
90,
maybe 45?
45.
Yeah, that would be what I would think.
I don't even have a problem with 60, but it's not, it's not like that particular district's gonna fall apart in 2 months' time, but.
Well, yeah, so
at
at
least
PCWA,
45.
we had an occurrence where we had a director, it was Alex Ferreira, who died, right?
Yeah.
And we suddenly had 30 days.
Yeah.
And you have to put out a recruitment, you
Yeah.
gotta let the public know.
That's true.
And then you gotta, run through it. 30 days was tough.
Yeah.
How many meetings can normally occur by the board to be able to work on that issue when it arises?
They can call a special meeting.
Normally
And
it's
they-
twice a month.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think,
Yeah.
if there's somebody out there who would be interested to be a supervisor, but hasn't really given it a lot of thought, and all of a sudden it's on the table in front of you, that's a huge decision to make. You don't have 30 days, you have probably 10 to go and start talking to your supervisor and say, I want to be nominated, I want to be in the mix here. You have an instant campaign with 4 people, and I'd see a lot of people walking away from that who would be good candidates.
I think the 60 actually does make sense in that respect, because especially if you're only getting 2 special meetings per month, so they would have possibly up to 6 opportunities to really discuss it. That really frames it as thorough discussion, thorough vetting, and plenty of time for the potential appointees to make themselves
Voters should love it. All you have to do is say, this keeps the governor from picking our guy.
Right.
It's an easy sell.
We've never had an issue not making the 30 days, have we?
No, the last one was with Supervisor Gustafson. It takes a lot of staff work to get it done, and it will take special meetings, and I think we did it right at the end of the 30 days with Supervisor Gustafson.
I like the 60 days also. I had a question for you guys as we're discussing. What did you think about the option of being able to hold a special election before it went to the governor, which is Shasta?
100%.
Actually, on that point, I'm a big fan that once the appointment's made, that person has to run at the next election opportunity.
Yes.
If somebody gets elected to office and 6 months later vacates for whatever reason, and then within 60 days there's an appointee by 4 people, that district is stuck with that person for 3.5 years. And there's no reason not to just run them at the next appropriate election, which I don't know what you what's the phrase, next general election that they would run at, or I'm not,
next
supervisors run in the primary and then have a potential runoff election in the general.
So next
so
primary.
It'd probably have to be the next primary.
the next upcoming
Next regularly
primary.
scheduled election is sometimes the wording that we use, but that would be hard in this instance because there's a primary and a runoff. We could look into different.
But it wouldn't not
special.
resolve the issue he's addressing, right? Because theoretically, 6 months in, we need a new supervisor, we elect them, or we appoint them,
We appoint them.
and it could be 3.5 years.
Yeah.
No, you would have
No,
an
you'd have to-
you'd have a every 2-year cycle.
Yeah.
There would be a primary.
So the most they could
It's
get
not
is
the
a
seat,
year
it's
and a
the
half.
next
then,
primary.
right?
So they'd run for a short term.
Yeah, so you run for a shorter term, and then they run again for the full term.
That's right.
That is the case in for special districts and school districts on appointment, but I would have to research the charter, or Clayton might know, whether or not that appointment actually stands for a special election to be able to fill the remainder of the term. I'm not really sure that it speaks to.
No.
I
We're
would
thinking about changing the charter.
Okay. Is
What
that,
it says now. Well,
Gotcha. So you would force the special. And then we could do it obviously on whatever that cycle is. So
It would be a special election on your primary
on
cycle.
the primary and the general.
Right.
Great. Yeah.
Kind of like what Adam Schiff did
Okay.
this year,
Yeah,
right?
we-
The
There are
other-
some counties that do that, where you have a filling of the vacancy and then the next general election
Right.
would
Right.
be,
Right.
then the permanent fix.
Primary.
Yes.
The other thing we need to take into consideration on that is, and staff could figure this out, there has to be a trigger point, right? You can't, if the vacancy happens 60 days before the next election.
61.
General
Right,
trigger
you're
point
not
is
running
100
in that next election, you
So
gotta
sorry,
flip
Mr.
it.
Yeah, the general trigger point is 130 days before an election.
Oh, okay, there you
Yeah,
go. Right.
that gives us time to be able to announce and also be able to have the full candidate filing period. That starts 113 days before the election, so.
Okay.
And would that be reasonable for the board? Just thinking if you're the candidate, trying to think, you have, basically you've got to, the board has to make their decision and the candidate has to make, everybody has to make their decision right at that 130-day mark. That could be potentially tight if the vacancy pops open at 160 days out.
Yeah, we need
Not
a
saying
flow
it
chart
wouldn't
for
happen.
Sacramento. What Sacramento does
Oh,
is like,
it's
whoa.
terrible.
Yeah, that was
All the numbers and the days.
But if it's up against that sort of line, I presume that person was already anticipating running for the
Exactly.
election before even
Yeah.
being appointed. So they'd already be on the radar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know, sometimes an interim might step in for a little bit.
Oh, I don't discount that.
Yeah.
I'm just presuming that as
Right.
far as like candidates that would be
Viable.
potentially there, that they would already be like known because they would have already been
Generally, that's
campaigning.
gonna be the case, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If I
is
may-
this a request for more information from council? You know,
So
what,
far.
what would it look like if we?
Well, I would ask for a draft,
Yeah.
a draft proposal, right? Like draft something up along the lines of what we're saying here that would provide,
60 days.
Yeah,
60
60
day
days.
period and a trigger that appointee runs at the next regularly scheduled primary or general election. Or just do primary.
Primary,
We'd want
yeah.
primary because they want, yeah, right. And then, you know, technically whatever that time frame looks like, 130 or whatever makes sense.
But I also have a question. Oh, you gotta clarify?
There just is, not clarifying, just one thing to consider, there are costs in running an election, so that's just something.
But it's linked to.
Well, it'd
an
be linked to
election
the
that's going to
normal
happen
election
anyway.
cycle.
Right.
They just,
Not
there's a
special
cost still to
election.
add them on there.
One thing that I read, sorry, one thing I read as an option also is if a decision isn't made in the 60 days, that another option could be to run a special election.
Oh,
And so
versus governor.
we kind of overlook, yeah, before the governor gets an option, I read there's some existing policies and some charters where they run a special election.
I guess I had heard outrageous numbers for the cost of a special election.
That's
And that's
Yeah.
what's troubling me with that with that part of it.
And I like the pressure of the
Yeah,
government.
I do
the pressure
too,
of
I
the
do
governor.
too.
It's too easy to force a special election.
Yeah.
I like the public being involved as much as possible.
Exactly.
The previous committee looked at this and concluded it was too expensive.
Yeah.
To run a special. is
Yeah.
what it called.
Well, I don't know where, honestly, 5 years has been a long time, but
Yeah.
with this, I remember someone sharing the dollar amount and it was a really large number.
I think this proposal is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Good.
Go to the next general.
So, someone can make a motion for that.
I thought Chris made it pretty good.
I'll take mine as a motion. That was a motion.
Does he need to say it again?
Yeah, it's
Well,
motion
I
for-
just would like to be clear on it, so let me try and restate it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
please do.
It would be direct staff to draft a proposal for the 60-day period. And then also, the person that is appointed would run at the next primary election
To
Yes.
complete the existing term.
to complete the existing term.
And
I'll second that.
And to clarify for that, if they're running and it's really the beginning of a term, a 4-year term for a supervisor, they're running in that next 2-year election.
Yes.
Right.
So that's
Right.
just to
Yes.
clarify
Yeah,
for
he said
everyone.
to
It's
complete
not
the
a,
term.
It's
To
not an
complete the
automatic.
term.
It's not a new term.
Yeah.
They're completing the
They're
term they were
completing the term.
appointed.
Yeah, that's exactly
You know,
right.
what was missing from your statement, Clayton, was, aren't we also saying there may be a cutoff? So for example, if they're 80 days from a primary election.
Right.
You know, and they get appointed. It's
Right.
a bridge too far to
Right.
expect them
Yeah.
to run.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
what is that
that's a good
number?
point.
It's 130
Yeah,
days.
it's 130
So
days.
if it's 130 days, that would be integrated into that.
So
We
they,
would
so they
need-
have
yeah,
to be
we would need-
appointed
Yeah.
no later than 130 days before the primary
We're
election.
gonna look like
Yes.
Sacramento.
Yeah. I think it'd be a little better.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Which means, just so we're clear, you know, if, let's say the vacancy popped up at 180 days. If the board wanted to be a little friendly to their appointee, they would appoint that person on day 129 or 125,
Yeah.
right? And then there's no election and they get to fill out
out,
the
yeah.
remainder of that term.
Yeah.
Which frankly is
Now
not
you're
that
good.
big of a deal to me. I'm more
Well,
concerned
yeah,
about the.
One thing that is missing from
political
this discussion, and I'm good with everything personally, but the county gets to a 4-person supervisor situation. The vast majority of votes are unanimous.
Yeah.
However, there are some pretty contentious things that flow
Right.
through the equation
Right.
here. And you could easily get a frozen county on some of these proposals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is
Yeah.
another incentive to move out. And we don't want to, I think 60 is good, but we don't want to go too much further.
Yeah.
No, because
This
then-
is when
Why
they
I
earn their
wanted to be able to talk about the
114,000.
number of board
I was okay with
members,
45 days.
because
No.
we need like possibly
I wrote it down, but
to
the
avoid
home,
those situations.
I appreciated the home rule because the second item says, you know, we can't incapacitate ourselves with any rule. And so if we extend that that timeline too long, we're incapacitating
Right,
ourselves.
exactly.
And so I would agree, I think 60 is good, but anything beyond that, we're gonna jeopardize our ability to make decisions and make progress and represented by the people.
That's right.
In a certain amount of
Yeah.
time, so.
I do have one question that, the numbers aren't working in my head.
Okay.
Appointment no later than 130 days prior to an election. But what if that appointment needs to be filled within that 130 days? Does that
Then they
mean?
don't.
Then they
run.
roll over.
They just fulfill the rest of the term.
Yeah, they
They get 2.5
continue.
years to
Yeah.
fulfill.
They
the
don't
term.
have to
Okay.
do the election.
They don't have to do the
Yeah,
election.
right,
Okay,
That's right.
okay.
Right, there's a tipping point.
Okay.
They
Gotcha.
can't enter that election.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So we do have a motion pending. Was there a second?
We do.
Yes, I second.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Jensen,
Yes.
Gillespie,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Woodward,
Yes.
Serena,
Yes.
Page,
Yes.
Herzl,
Yes. Okay, getting back in my organization here, we're gonna go to the authority of appointed department heads. Topic, discussion for this and motions if you desire.
So, if I may start. I actually appreciated the comments. I was wondering what the thinking was on the other side.
Yeah.
Of, we have of giving too much authority to the CEO. So, having been the CEO, or anybody who's been in charge of a company or had people working for them who they assign work to, the idea that those people could say, forget it, I don't feel like doing it, and you have no recourse or very little recourse, it seems preposterous to me. And I think, so help me not go too far over this cliff, people, but I think that we've had county executive officers who have had a great deal of difficulty getting control of what's happening in the county. We've had weak people in the position, and I don't know if it was weak people or if it was they were made weak by the structure that we put on them. But I understand the desire not to invest too much authority in somebody, but you've got to give them the authority to get the work done. So if the Board of Supervisors assigns a job to the CEO and says, I want you to get this done, and he ends up hobbled because he can't hold people accountable, that's to me, that's the worst situation. I mean, comparing the two alternatives, it's a much worse situation to have a person who's hobbled in the job.
And if I could share what actually happened in 2020, the committee was very much in the same boat that you were in. And that's how it got on the listing. As we started going through the process of community outreach, it was real clear that the voters were interpreting this as not having the authority to vote for their department heads that were on the ballot. We actually had a couple of department heads that came to the meeting with this issue. It is very controversial. And when it was being presented to the Board of Supervisors, we recommended that it not be put on the ballot as a committee because we knew that there was a lot of opposition. But one of the supervisors insisted that we put it on there.
Well,
So it wasn't a language thing, it's the interpretation of, I'm losing the ability to vote for who I want as the treasurer or as the
well,
whatever.
no, this doesn't affect any of the
Well,
elected
but
department
that's the way it was perceived. I'm just telling you the
Yeah,
perception.
And so the ballot language needs to be clear. This
Well,
isn't about,
I think it was clear.
well.
Yeah.
I guess, I think a business, a CEO, generally speaking, has authority to hire and fire. They may be chairman as well, so that's a double-hatted thing. But oftentimes, especially with senior people, they're required to go to the board
Right.
and that sort of thing. It's very hard for me to picture a situation where the CEO of Placer County needs to, for cause or other reason, get rid of a department head and is obligated by the charter to take that to the Board of Supervisors and have them say no. I guess it's possible.
Yeah,
But,
it was.
You know, it would seem to me that you would then ask the question, is the CEO, who we hired, by the way, worthy of that position? We are
Exactly.
not having that person's back.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Can I
it's hard
open
to
this up
imagine
to a little bit
for
more of a
me.
broader discussion? Because there's one of two ways of looking at this. Like I brought up towards the beginning on our points, which were the idea of checks and balances form of government, or as I think is being kind of tossed around here, corporate structure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because obviously there's a board that's ultimately going to install a CEO, and that's kind of like how things run right now. But when you back this out to like a federal view, like we elect the president, and he's effectively a CEO. So obviously, in the charter as it currently stands, the CEO is an appointive officer. And does it really change the dynamic if we were to just move him up one section into one of the elected officials that get installed?
Wow.
I can hear the groans.
You mean by a vote of the
people?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who do?
The county
Would you just say
executive.
that?
But vote of the people for the county exec?
Yes.
That might be another
not
board
getting
of supervisor position.
Yeah.
No, because then you're,
No,
right, you would have
no.
a real problem getting rid of that person under those circumstances.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you have a bad CEO and the Board of Supervisors has to act and they can't get rid of that person, it could be real trouble.
This isn't direct governance. That's why we vote for supervisors.
Yeah.
That's their job.
I don't know, the board has the authority to.
That's true, but it's a
discharge
corporate structure in that
CEO.
sense.
Yeah.
It's just, obviously, I'm trying to keep the public involved in
Yeah.
who they think is running the
I
county.
know.
I love that. I have a comment, and my concern is litigation, due process, and appeal. And so what isn't clear to me is if we do allow the CEO, to do their thing, I'm wondering in particular appeal. What would appeals look like? And could, let's say CEO makes a decision to remove someone, how does that person appeal? What would that look like, Clayton?
It was the department.
So most of these appointed department heads, I don't know that they have civil service protection.
Okay.
But they probably have employment contracts.
Right.
Right, so they
So in that instance, then it
negotiated
just
the
defers to
severance
whatever's
package.
in the contract in terms of the language and what, there likely may not be an appeal right, I guess is
Okay.
what I'm saying.
And some of these department heads are elected.
Right, but this section only applies to appointed department.
Appointed.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Okay.
Just a hypothetical.
I love those.
The HR director says to one of the supervisors, hey, I got this job, I could put your son into, or your wife into, if you want to get too close to the heat. And the CEO, and then you got another department who isn't happy with what the CEO's, what the HR department's doing, because he refuses to do his job as far as he's concerned. And the HR guy doesn't really give a shit because he's not getting fired. He's appointed 2 or 3 family relatives to positions in the county.
That's when someone calls a reporter.
I guess I don't understand
Yeah,
why.
well, I remember.
Why would
a
the HR
case,
why
fairly
would an
recently
HR get
with a
fired?
wife.
Well, that's the reason why
See,
you have
wouldn't
Measure
get
F.
Why not?
Well, he's suggesting that because the board of supervisor is conflicted by having a relative working for him or something.
Okay.
I mean,
It's the
yeah,
it's the personal politics
It's,
between
there's
supes
personal
and department
politics
heads,
that can come into play.
which is the CEO's authority.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can go either way on this,
I
but
know.
I think that this a little bit falls, is there a problem? You alluded to a discussion.
It's
last
not
week.
gonna pass.
Yeah, do we really
It's
have
not
a
gonna
problem?
pass.
I personally would, you know, to me, the biggest issue I see here is if I were a candidate interested in the position, I might be a little alarmed by this language, but I'm also a little curious. This is not a request, but I wonder how much this language exists in other counties as well. It makes some sense. We're talking about department heads, so.
But it's not gonna pass.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I like the due process. I like the Board of Supervisors involved.
Yeah.
That's my preference. When I read it on the paper, I'm worried about litigation, due process, you know, people having, and as the CEO, you know, the public involvement, awareness, I just like everything about that.
And I would agree with Dan on the concept that, you know, the board hires the CEO. They have to make that appointment. They give him a job to do, but he doesn't have 100% control. If he wants to fire somebody, it says subject to confirmation. That means he's got to go to the board and say, hey, we got a problem here. Let's talk about it. And our elected officials then make that decision. You know, they haven't just given this authority over and said, well, we're the elected officials, but this guy gets to hire and fire anybody he wants. I think I like the way it sits now personally.
And he needs to be very persuasive to get what he wants.
Yeah.
This is one where I think we all see both sides of this equation
He,
really
she.
well. But I kind of agree. I don't think this is a problem.
Yeah,
And I do like elected officials being involved.
yeah.
Is there a motion?
Okay.
So is there a motion?
I move to remove it from the list.
Second.
Okay,
It's just that simple.
we got a second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Yes.
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 Yes. Do we need a 5-minute break?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can feel my bladder pretty full.
Do I need to do anything, or can I just take a 5?
You can just take.
Let's take a 5-minute break. So that means 42. 8:42. So I need my county council. I need Clayton. Clayton, I need you back. Okay.
Next time, bring food to this shit.
Thank you.
You're telling me that there's a
It's
whole bunch of
cheaper
empty
than a
seats up here.
special election.
We were trying to move this along, so we didn't bring
just
food on
finished-
purpose, you know?
Motivation. We're gonna need residency requirements next.
In Tahoe
Okay.
specifically, yeah, we typically have a couple.
Okay,
that
can I have
we-
your
that we rent
attention?
out for venues.
I'm gonna use my ring like this.
Facilities that really hold this type of thing.
I'm seated.
We'll have to rinse
I'm
Okay.
seated.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna, I know, I need a gavel.
Water bottle?
We're gonna call this meeting back into session. Thanks for letting us take a short break. And we're gonna tackle a few more topics here. But we're gonna move on to elected officials' residency requirements as a topic. What was that?
How did we finish the last issue?
We just voted on
We
it.
voted, oh, we did,
Yeah,
okay, never
yes,
mind,
we
sorry.
did.
Sorry, I was right, okay.
No
pardon me.
problem.
Go
You
ahead.
made the motion.
You did.
It's okay, Chris.
It's okay.
Getting late.
We took maybe too long of a break.
Is it past your bedtime?
But let's have a discussion on this. Feel free to speak up and make a motion.
Do we all like 30 days?
I'm sorry, oh, the residency, yeah,
I'm fine.
I don't think it's worth the effort of changing it to 50,
yeah,
frankly.
yeah,
You
it's
know,
not gonna make a difference.
It's not much.
I guess I have a little bit of resistance to the idea that somebody could just have moved in 1 month and
But if they're
They're ready
good,
to go.
what difference does it make?
They still
have to win an election.
familiarity
Yeah,
with
they
the
still have to win an
area, the
election, yeah.
constituency.
But they would have to make that argument to
Yeah.
the voters, and I would point out, and members of Congress do that all the
All the
time.
time, yeah.
Tom McClintock is from Southern California. He ran here because he was a longtime state assembly member and senator. So,
Troy, to be honest with you, I don't like it. I don't like, but when I read like the litigation around 50 and then a year, and then I kind of sheepishly went away from adding. And so
Yeah.
I don't like the idea in my mind about 30 days, that's it, that's all you have to live here. I want people
I
to live
guess
here longer. But once I read that part of it, I backed away and went back to the 30, because like 50, I feel like we're touching a border.
I think it's a valid rebuttal to say that you just trust the electorate. You
Yeah,
know, like
yeah.
they're,
Cause they
they're-
won't be known, maybe they won't get
yeah,
elected.
yeah, hopefully, if they would examine that, they would just be like, I'm not comfortable with this guy, he's just
Yeah.
brand new.
Yeah, he or she, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I move?
So
Remove?
Move to
You
recommend
can,
to
you're
remove.
welcome to.
I just did.
If I might,
Second.
just one more
Oh, I'm sorry.
topic,
Go
because
ahead.
like I
Sure.
brought it up earlier, was the idea of like, is there any other element we want to touch upon for district representation? As far as a residency
Oh,
requirement?
When you were talking about, living,
supervisors.
actually living in
Yeah,
the district, okay.
because especially for some more well-off folks that might have multiple properties within
Oh,
Placer
right.
County, what, is there anything that we can do or recommend or examine further to make sure that the people that are being represented district by district are properly,
And that's a good thought, cause wasn't there an issue with a supervisor that wasn't living in the district, but living in the district?
there was a Sac City Council member a year or two ago. This comes up every once in a while, and I defer to Clayton's remarks.
Yeah.
It becomes a matter of fact, and we can't, you
Yeah,
can't, you can't
institute.
get there in the charter or ordinance. It becomes an investigative issue, and then once again, it goes back to the voters, really.
Yeah.
It's usually how that ends.
just thinking about proactivity versus reactivity, you know, because the fact matter is reactive to.
How would you propose it?
Well, I think my thought process becomes too cumbersome at that point. It's like obtaining an affidavit of a neighbor or something that indicates that, you know, they've, that is their primary residence and has been for a demonstrable amount of time.
Yeah, because I think about the people that live in Nevada 6 months out of the year, but they actually live in California. But for tax purposes, they live in Nevada. But how do you prove it otherwise?
It would be neighbors that
Yeah,
could be able to constitute whether they actually see them or not.
I think it's really challenging.
It is,
I think our supervisors, I think we're mainly talking about our supervisors.
Mhm.
But it's pretty clear where they live. I think we had a redistricting happen where unfortunately one of the supervisors didn't live in his district when we redistricted, and it caused quite a problem for that supervisor.
Because the supervisor had to move?
Well, or not.
He ran
run.
and didn't win.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so that, I think it's as worded as good as it could, but not to say, I think we could ask staff for some options around clarity with residency. And I know Clayton had some clear thoughts about that, but maybe we could ask for options, if that would help you, and we could move it on to the next meeting.
I really don't want to make it a sticking point. I lean more towards having it removed. But
Okay.
ideally, my main concern is proper representation for the communities and the districts.
Well, let's ask Ben, is that a reasonable request or?
Yeah, I leave it to the discretion of the
Okay,
committee. It is a
okay.
reasonable request, but it sounds like there's also some
Yeah.
requests to just remove it from the list. So we could do either way.
I mean, because we're out there pie in the sky, you need to tell us if
No,
this is
not yet.
realistic.
It is realistic
Okay.
to help define residency
Okay,
requirements
okay.
if that is a sticking issue
Okay.
with the charter committee.
I guess we can maybe leave it on. I'll make a motion that we explore whether maybe any of the other counties that we've relied on here nearby have done anything as far as their residency requirements for validation of their representation, their supervisors.
Just so we're aware, we have a motion and a second to remove already, so we can't make another
Oh, I'm
motion,
sorry.
but
I didn't realize.
until that motion
Yeah,
is
I'm
resolved.
sorry, yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I didn't.
can't-
I'm
I
sorry.
can't
And
remove
just to touch on your topic too,
Okay.
residency is defined by statute,
it.
and it's intentionally vague by statute.
Yeah.
But it is something that is defined by statute, and there is a whole bunch of case law on residency
Right.
and how to figure it out. So just
Okay.
so you're aware.
We have a first and a second to remove the item, and so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote on that motion.
Can we remove it? Can we remove it if we want to?
That's
Or
what
not?
we're,
Yeah, oh,
that's what we're
You
doing.
can remove your second.
She's about to add.
I mean, if the group is interested in exploring more, I'm okay with.
Yeah,
removing it.
I'm actually okay having it removed.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't
Okay.
actually think anybody else has voiced the same concern that I have, so, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
having it removed.
We're gonna go ahead and do a roll call vote with the motion to remove the item.
Farina,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Woodward,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Alessi,
Yes.
Herzog.
Yes. Is that our first unanimous?
No, we've had a few.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go on to home rule, discussion and, maybe a motion about this topic.
Well, I guess I was the linchpin for why this existed here. Obviously, as you've probably heard from my mother in her comments too, it's of major concern for at least the contingency of folks that, are within our sphere of influence, because they just don't feel like the board has really had much of a backbone in terms of standing up to Sacramento and the dictates and mandates and laws that come down from it, and that it takes somebody to step up to the plate and ultimately challenge what is perceived as a statewide concern, like RENA is, and what sort of actions, whether coalitions or otherwise, like there are other home rule counties, and they made a charter for a reason, that they wanted to have some level of extra control in their fate. And obviously, based upon the research that was done by council, I think it's indicative of, it's an uphill battle, but obviously we're not moving forward to impair or as it says here, incapacitate what we're trying to do as government. We're trying to actually manifest a destiny for ourselves in our county that is according to our own beliefs. And we shouldn't constantly have to default to, oh, because Sacramento says so, then we have to fall in line. I don't know if anyone has any opinions on whether I'm barking up the wrong tree or not, but
This is a new area for me, so I'm trying to make sure I understand it. Is it controlling our destiny in the broad sense, or is it more specific to the issues that were surfaced today?
I think they're both tangible equally, and I was kind of going into the history part earlier before we kind of got diverted. Was we were constructing what ultimately California was going to look like before California was a thing. This area specifically, and so obviously I have a sentimentality towards wanting to be self-deterministic, self-reliant, not having to defer to what I would think of as kind of more of like almost like a fundamental communism amongst the state. But it's that the counties should be able to say, like, we know ourselves better than the people in Sacramento do. And therefore, like, if you're in Sacramento, yeah, you guys figure out what you want to do with Sacramento. We here in Placer County, we understand that a lot of what we have here is rural. It's unincorporated, and that we've strategically picked out how we want to do commerce and development, and that we shouldn't have external dictates on the pressures that we want to apply ourselves. And obviously our home rule, at least according to how the state constitution has authorized us to use home rule, neuters a lot of that, because as it says, our home rule allows for how we determine elections, how we determine compensation, terms, removal and salary, and powers and duties of officers. And I think that's kind of the avenue I'm leaning into, is like the powers and duties of the board to do audits and performance metrics, and to say, like, because we're more robust in what we want to accomplish, that we can then have the position and the legal standing to if we need to, say Placer County versus California in the court system.
Okay. So I guess what my question is, just like when Clay was talking about how we bit off some things in the previous charter review, is there something that we can bite off, so to speak, that starts getting us into that position rather than stating it in the broad sense? What can we go after that starts moving us in that direction?
It might go back to what I had kind of brought up earlier, was if we expanded what this charter is capable of looking at in order to make recommendations on, which would expand into the statutes, then there is a little bit more momentum to be had when it comes to addressing some of the public concerns that aren't always charter specific, but they still kind of they trickle down to us as something that they want us to be able to find a way to address, or at least voice to the board.
And I guess what I'm saying is, I like was it Ben?
Brian.
I like the way Brian took the approach of section 301 and assuming that we have some leeway.
Yes.
And I guess what I'm asking is there something that we can ask the Board of Supervisors to do on behalf of this committee that gets us a step in the door? That's what I'm asking.
I think that'd be an exploration motion.
What I hear you asking for is a change in the state constitution and law to allow charter, I'm gonna extrapolate a little bit, to allow charter counties more latitude and control essentially expand the home rule here. And there's, what are there, 12 charter counties?
15.
15. No doubt there are 15 unanimous votes from a county perspective to do that. I'm not hearing an avenue that we have to do that here at the county level. That's called a lobbying effort in Sacramento. I don't hear the scope of our authority to do anything from a legal standpoint. It could be very ceremonial in nature, but I don't see where our legal authority allows us to do anything with our charter ordinances or anything else to expand what the state has granted us. And this is a hard, bitter pill to swallow, but we are subordinate to the state in this regard.
As was voiced by public opinion, her mother specifically, so she made the comment about Huntington Beach. And like what Clayton's role is.
I don't recall the Huntington, I'm sorry, I forgot what the Huntington Beach was.
So they were dealing with RENA and affordable housing.
Yeah.
And so they're maxed out. But they're still having a dictate come down to them that says that they need to force it.
Yeah.
So they had a general counsel that essentially said, shoot first and ask questions later. You just do what you got to do. And ultimately, that's kind of
what I can provide some background on that.
Thank you.
They were City of Huntington Beach was one of the front runners in terms of challenging the state requirements for housing, mandatory housing and RENA requirements. They challenged it both at the state and federal level. Actually, they were sued by the state at the state level, and they challenged it at the federal level. The City of Huntington Beach's argument was basically, as a charter city, they were exempt from the state housing mandates and the RENA numbers. They lost both those cases in the state and federal court, and they took it to the appeals at both avenues. And at the state court and the appeals, they lost. I don't believe we've got a decision on the federal court yet. And basically, the court rulings in all of those were that the fact that they were a charter city didn't exempt them from the state housing mandate requirements.
right. But I think some of the problem there too is like we didn't have our board mobilized along with any of the other chartered counties or cities to be able to second, third, eighth, 100th the motion and the support for Huntington Beach in order to try and get that ruled in their favor. They were more or less standing there by themselves because they were out in front without many folks really grasping the idea that you could challenge the state.
What's the number one thing we should ask for if we wanted the Board of Supervisors to do something?
Just a quick comment here. I mean, the board has all the authority it needs. To fight the state. To fight Sacramento. The staff, this has been my experience, whether it's still valid or not, I don't know, but the staff generally is going to try to keep the supervisors from doing that. It is an enormous amount of work. There's a lot of risk involved in it. The state has a lot of hammers they can lay down on you and that sort of thing. But the supervisors can say, we're not doing that. But then they turn it over to Clayton and team, and they have to go to court and fight the state.
That's the point.
I don't know
I follow this pretty closely, and it was manifestly, as far as I'm concerned, wrong that the board felt like they didn't have any position to push back. They very much were of the opinion we were given numbers by Sacramento, and we have nothing we can do about it.
So that was a political decision by the board if they felt they didn't have
potential,
or whatever it was they didn't feel they didn't have. They
legal
chose
counsels.
They
had legal counsel advising them that that they had losing positions. Right? You are going to win.
Sounds like it was.
Why spend Treasury?
And you will get pummeled. By the way, I would love to see us fight Sacramento. I really would. But we will get bombarded with. You'll never get a grant again. We're gonna lose in court anyway. It's gonna cost us $750,000 to take this to court, and we're gonna be out there alone, and on and on and on. With due respect to staff, that's their viewpoint, and I frankly understand it. I don't blame them. But what I don't get from this is we have, I think, two options. Elect new supervisors or elect new people to Sacramento. Because until we do that, they have the authority to fight Sacramento. And we're just not making a good enough case to them to where they're willing to do it.
If I may.
Okay.
The reason why I struggle maybe with this topic is we have limited scope. We meet, the charter review, I understand the charter gives us additional freedoms, but the charter review committee is probably not the right place to expand its power. And so why I struggle is because every 5 years we're meeting this group, I don't see us solving that problem. And I think there are other bodies and elected officials that have the authority to have more impact. The topic that which I'm with you, but I don't see us changing our authority, our limited scope, limited meeting, us as volunteers being able to solve that issue. So that's why I struggle a little bit with changing this.
But is it too limiting, Clay, for us to put the information in front of the supervisor and saying this is something that has surfaced in a big way and we think you should know about this? Is that okay for the charter committee to do?
Your scope is to provide recommendations on charter amendments.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, we did diverge from that
Yeah,
in a sense, the last charter review committee, in terms of providing recommendations, just policy recommendations outside of that.
Yeah.
So I think there is some precedent just in terms of past history of doing that.
And
But
just
it is
put-
outside the scope of what
Yeah,
the board
and
can
just
do.
acknowledge that it's out of the scope, but put it in front of them so that they know that their constituents are bringing this up in a big way. For
So-
those who don't know it.
As this committee, I'm a little confused, so I'm just gonna throw this out there. This has been insightful and interesting. But Troy, what I'd like to know is what would you propose to change
Yeah, that's what I wanted to-
that, what do you want to do that we would bring to the board?
We need to ask for
Yes.
something, yes,
What-
we need to ask.
And that's
for
what I'm
something.
confused on. I understand the concerns, but
Yes.
we're limited by 301, we're limited by what we're given with rights to do by the state. What can we do in this charter, in your opinion, that can change any of this?
As I had mentioned earlier, it was about the powers and duties of all the officers that we actually do have the mechanisms to make recommendations on. And so some of that manifested with what I had mentioned earlier, which was actually to amend the charter so that way the committee and more people and the public become involved in making these sorts of recommendations, especially since we're already talking about following in the footsteps of the previous committee where it's an informal approach to saying, hey, the public had something to say that didn't exactly have to do with the charter, but you guys really should look at this. But opening this up to, we as the committee actually do have a little bit more of a responsibility and the power formally now through that sort of amendment in the charter to make recommendations that are showing up in the statutes locally here within the county, and whether it's like some sort of rub between what we have on the books with the county and then what's going on with the state.
Yeah, but think about it, if we're struggling with what the ask is, when you put this in front of the supervisor, it's gonna be a bigger question mark. If we can't narrow down to, at least to start biting off on the apple, if we can't narrow this down to a specific ask, it's not gonna resonate.
I understand. Heiner has a comment, I think.
So, yes, I have thoughts on the subject, if I may. The state, I mean, you said it well, the state occupies the field on the subject of RENA, and we do not have the power to change that. And I believe that on every single project that's come up that involved RENA, I'll bet you the Board of Supervisors got an earful. They know that this is a hot topic, and they wish they could change it, but the law is, and the court cases have supported it, there's nothing you can do about it, you gotta live with it. However, we may have to have RENA numbers, but I think that we have some room to say where those units have to be located. And the idea that the county can, you know, they approved, there's a bunch of things. I don't think the county should be in the urban development business. I think it should all be in the cities, because I don't think the county does a terribly good job of it, and I think this issue is an example of it. If they're gonna approve a development and the state says they gotta have RENA population in that, and then the county says, oh, you can take it out and move it to Penryn, you know, that's a bunch of hooey. What could we, the question for staff is, what could we put in here that would mandate that whatever RENA requirements there were associated with a given development have to be taken care of within the confines of the property
Of
the
that
developer
development,
owns,
of that development.
Of that development.
Okay.
And not put them someplace else.
Okay.
So I would like to add that the auditor for California audited the RENA numbers
Mhm.
and assessed that they had a formulaic error in which they double counted. And so effectively, they created numbers for each area that were twice as high as what was ultimately recommended for them.
Mm.
And no one's been able to act on what the auditor said as like, it's overestimated by 100%.
That's not within our purview. We're not gonna make any progress fighting RENA. The only place that we have control is within the authorities of the Board of Supervisors.
And that's what I'm
That's
trying to
where
say.
we have
Yeah.
some opportunity to do something.
Well, but you just said something that kind of makes sense to me, in regards to how to put it in front of them. If there are quota requirements for a specific development, holding the board accountable for making sure that that's gonna take place in that area. Maybe that's the way to look at this. That was the first comment that I saw that could really turn on the light bulb in front of a supervisor.
But are we talking about a charter issue?
No.
Because it feels to me a little bit more like we're trying to push a political,
No, what
a worthy one, but I'm not seeing the.
Well,
I tend to
struggling
agree
with the
with you
scope
that it
for us.
it falls outside of the
Yeah,
scope
I
of
think
the
we are all on
charter
the same
itself.
page with that. But
but-
what I'm talking about is if you're looking at being kind to the supervisors and saying, hey, we're out here in your district doing community outreach, and this is something that is really troubling for your constituents, and let them act upon it. But we gotta put something specific in front of them.
I think that there's another home rule issue. So the issue that Sean Scully brought up, which is a taxation issue.
Yeah.
I realize,
Yeah.
well, I think it falls within, it's a new topic, but it falls within this subject matter.
Mhm.
We're gonna talk about that next time.
Yeah,
aren't we?
yeah, we gotta
Well,
finish this
I mean,
one up.
We got staff.
Yeah, yeah.
that
So
I
we're
think
not
that-
gonna
working
discuss
overtime now.
at any level, any of the new topics that came up tonight?
I would like to wait till we have more information and
Yeah.
the staff
Yeah,
data
exactly.
on it before
Yeah.
we dive into hypotheticals on those.
Well, all right, I'd at least like to be able to talk about the kinds of information that we'd like to see.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we will.
Okay.
That'll be
Okay,
next
good.
steps on the
Okay,
agenda.
That's good, that's good. And anyway, so on this subject, you know, I wrote down a note and I haven't read it within the last 4 hours. How does the state RENA requirements mesh with a potential charter requirement to only allow high-density development within cities? That goes too far, doesn't it? You know,
It seems ultra, because
well, so what I was getting at is I want, okay, I can rephrase my question.
Yeah.
The state says, county, you've got RENA requirements. I don't know enough about RENA requirements to understand, does that mean that the county within its land use jurisdiction area has to provide for these numbers?
Yes.
Or can the county say, we're not in the development business, but the RENA requirements for the entire population within Placer County are being taken care of within the cities.
It's
Is
both,
that
isn't
an
it?
option?
So
It can be.
every jurisdiction has their own numbers. As
Right.
think of the RENA requirements just as a basic number of affordable housing that you have
So,
to have.
so there's an
So the county gets
absolute
one and the
requirement.
cities get one.
There's an absolute requirement by the state that the county do development.
Right.
High density
Yeah, our
development.
cities
It,
can't.
it's
do it.
arbitrary and improperly formulated.
So it's not necessarily high density development. The requirement is that you must meet certain numbers of affordable housing
Right, right, but the
within
only
the
way to do
jurisdiction. And one
affordable
way you
housing
can do that
is high
is
density.
through zoning it for high density.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I guess maybe the question is, to a degree, did Lincoln grew over the last 3 decades pretty significantly.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because of RENA. It was because the county ultimately assisted and measured and calculated its development.
Mhm.
The
So,
county?
The city.
True.
City of
Okay, okay.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
But ultimately, it takes the surrounding areas to assist with
Mhm.
how that
Mhm.
happens.
Mhm.
Same thing happens here in Roseville and Rockland.
Well, and I mean, it's we don't want to take land ownership out of the equation.
No, not
If
at all.
you own land outside of a city, you're telling that landowner that they don't have the right to develop. And so that's a challenge. That's a very challenging position to be in.
No. They can develop according to their current zoning. What I want to
Yeah.
limit is the county's ability to take more land and
Yeah,
rezone
rezone
it
it.
for
Yeah, right.
high density development.
Oh, so you just don't want any changes in the zoning?
Well,
Because I thought you said no development outside of
ideally,
cities.
I would like to see all high-density urban development, suburban development
Yeah.
happen within cities
Yeah.
in
Mhm.
Placer County. I think that that's a more efficient way of getting
Yeah.
it done.
let's-
The problem you have is that the state is telling Placer County, Placer County has to do, City of Auburn, City of Lincoln,
Yeah.
what they have to do.
Exactly.
They're independent of one another,
Mhm.
so it's the state mandate as to these affordable housing numbers in each individual jurisdiction, so Placer County can't say, well, City of Auburn, you have to do it all,
Yeah.
because City of Auburn's got their own numbers. And that's,
Okay.
it's all mandated by the state,
Yeah.
and we can't control that.
I get it. So then, we're
so
back to
this-
the same question I had is there an opportunity for the charter
Mhm.
to put limitations on the county rezoning land outside of already approved urban developments for satisfying RENA requirements?
That would be an
Well, it
quick-
ends up affecting another commission, does it not? Because
Yeah.
you have the planning commission, MAC, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
no.
I think
You'd
you
have
get
to
into
I
that.
mean, it
fit
was a
within
question.
the allowance provided in the Constitution for chartered counties, and I don't see how that fits.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, look, I'm not trying to change the county's requirement put forth by the state that there be a certain amount of low-income housing. I get that it's a requirement. What I'm asking is there a way within the charter of requiring that those RENA housing compliance numbers occur within a major subdivision area? In other words, someplace where the county has designated, we're gonna have, Placer One, we're gonna have Placer Vineyards, we're gonna have Regional University. These are big development areas
Those are outside
that
of
the
the
county's in
cities.
some phrase, and not say, well, Bowman's a nice place. to
But
put
we
apartments.
have a planning process for that. It sounds like we're trying to essentially
Mm.
parallel it and dictate to it, kind of from the outside, right?
Yes, what I'm trying to do is put I'm asking,
Okay.
is it within our authority to put boundaries
Put a guideline on there.
on the planning process of where the county can choose to put their RENA?
As the chair, I just need clarification, because we're on the topic of home rule.
Yeah.
And I think we've shifted a little bit
Mhm.
into affordable housing and
Mhm.
zoning, which is okay, I'm okay
That's
with
why I
that.
asked.
But maybe we get more information for that new topic
Well,
to
no,
bring.
so this was a topic that came up at the last meeting,
Yeah.
And it is, and if it's not addressed under home rule, then it didn't get addressed by staff last time.
Oh, I'm asking, can we make it a new topic and then request more information to come back to us?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
asking for information.
That's great.
The information I'm asking is it possible to construct under the topic of home rule
Okay.
a charter amendment that would set boundaries upon where the county can put the high density, low income housing that they need to put somewhere to satisfy their state requirements. Is there some way to put boundaries on that within the context of this charter?
And my short answer to that is land use and zoning is something that must only be changed through a land use public hearing process, and it's not something that fits within one of the categories of the charter.
Why isn't
granted under the
why
law.
isn't it home rule? I mean, why?
You
So
know,
we're not redoing a general plan, right? We're not proposing to change any zoning of any piece of property. We're putting a limit on the Board of Supervisors' authority to choose to rezone a specific piece of property in order to meet low-income housing if it is not within,
so
a high density, an urban development.
Yeah, and I thought we were headed down the direction of holding the Board of Supervisor accountable for what the numbers should be instead of trying to dictate and control the whole process. I think that.
We can't control what the numbers should be.
Well, but what I'm saying is that you're proposing to change the charter to specifically limit where they can move these high density numbers rather than, I heard, this is me learning all of this for the first time. What I heard was these numbers are coming from the state.
Yeah.
And so if they're coming from the state, what we're asking for is accountability by the Board of Supervisors that they deliver where they're supposed to deliver. That to me is a reasonable request. What
But-
you're asking for is a bigger one.
No, what they've apparently done.
No, you asked
What
to
they've
move.
apparently done is that they've, as I understand, the gentleman over here says he's a lawyer, is that they have enacted a provision that allows developers to not put the RENA requirements within their proposed
So
subdivision.
if those numbers are coming from the state, how can they do that?
Well, they're doing it.
That's the oxymoron.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Well, but if we're asking the supervisors if we're asking to hold them accountable for the numbers that are coming from the state,
No,
I
we're
think,
not.
I think that that's a more reasonable request than what you're proposing. Because what you're proposing is that we quote unquote put in the charter that we limit the boundaries of where they can put this high density.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm asking for a reasonable toehold into this so that we can move forward because you're asking for a big request.
Yeah.
It's
I'm-
bleeding
I'm
into a
I'm
lot of
asking-
areas that we don't have control over.
I tend to side with Loretta on this
Yeah.
because it is much more charter focused
Yes.
to empower the board
Yeah.
with these sorts of mechanisms
Exactly.
for the checks and balances of numbers that come to them from Sacramento.
Right.
And so it's like, how do we make sure that they're empowered to feel like, okay, yes, we've gotten some RENA numbers assessed to us. Where are the checks and balances of those
Exactly.
numbers?
Exactly.
So that way we can feel comfortable that they
Exactly.
are applicable to us.
And it's a much more friendlier process saying, hey, we just want you to you to live up to what you are accepting from the state rather than trying to control them and tell them what they can and cannot do.
Okay, what can we ask our staff
Yeah, I don't know how.
to find more information about so we can really wrestle with this next time?
Yeah, well, it'd be like, can we explore what is more reasonable between these two ideas? Like, can we, is it feasible for us to create a priority list in that we're like one of the more historical areas in California, and therefore the board should be prioritizing historical districts before commercial and urban development? Or is there a checks and balances for them to more properly assess and vet mandates that come from the state?
Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
And then, I know we're not meeting your expectations here. and-
I think that trying to fight the state over RENA is a lost cause.
Yeah.
You're gonna waste time, treasure, it's waste resources.
Yeah.
If we don't start with the
It was
Board of Su-
architected by one
And when
man.
I listen to the people who come to the
Yes.
podium and
Yeah.
say, how come the county is proposing to meet their RENA requirements by rezoning land in Penryn
Yeah.
for high-density development? That resonates with me.
Yeah, but they also said to hold the Board of Supervisors accountable for that. That's what they said.
I don't know what hold them accountable
Well, you gotta go
means.
to them first because, and let them tell you no before you go in deeper into this. We're not giving them a chance.
Oh, you
If we
don't think that they
Well,
aren't talking to the Board of Supervisors?
I'm just telling you.
I've been there when the
Yeah,
whole
know,
room is
I know,
stacked.
but
Yeah.
it's different when you make a recommendation that's coming from this committee and stuff. I'm just telling you, we gotta make baby steps to get there because jumping to the end of the process is not gonna solve the problem. Because you gotta bring in too many other, what is it, planning commission and all these other people with the way you're proposing it. And this way, you're going straight to the Board of Supervisors and you're asking them to be accountable, which is their job.
I think, well, we can continue this discussion too. When we have more information, we'll be able to,
Yeah.
we'll hear
Yeah.
more from the public. We'll get clear on maybe this issue. And then hopefully we'll get to Board of Supervisors, whether it's in our purview or not. But I know, Clayton and Ben, I see you guys struggling a little bit. And I'm not sure what the ask is. Yeah, so feel
More
free.
so bed.
I was gonna say,
let me-
you guys ask your clarifying questions to get
Defer
what
with
you
Brown.
need.
Yeah.
I think the ask is, we are enabling you, Clayton, to be the one attorney out of hundreds, if not thousands, to beat the system on RENA.
Well, I tell you what.
This is good. This is your opportunity to build your career. You are going to launch you into a consulting practice. It's gonna-
Not be here, right?
Suitable framing. Who put a statue of Clayton in
CSAC will pay for it.
So
They'll put the whole thing
I
up
guess the better
for
way
you.
to say this is there a recommendation that we can put before the board that allows, that asks for them to measure and provide, and be held accountable for the mandates that they're getting from the state. I think that that's a reasonable ask. And let them tell us no, or it's not gonna work, and we go in a different direction.
Say it one more time.
Well, we're asking the Board of
I don't
Super.
understand what that means, Rebecca.
Well, what it means is, you guys told me that these numbers come from the state, for the city and for the county. And it's going directly to the Board of Supervisors, and somehow or another, it's being changed by the time it's executed on. And what we're telling them is, okay, you got these numbers from the state, and we're asking you to deliver on what you're supposed to deliver on. That's what I say it is.
Okay,
It's
I-
execution.
May I, we've talked a lot to them.
Yeah, I agree.
And we're asking, you guys are saying a lot of good
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
but they need to understand
Yeah,
what we're asking. So
exactly.
let them ask questions.
That's a good point.
Of us.
That's a good point.
Let them ask the questions. We'll answer with clarification of what you guys would like to see at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I?
So I've got one question, and then this maybe is my personal struggle. I can't figure out how this ask gets back to the authority granted under the Constitution as a charter county, because all the cases that I've looked at have to do with roles and responsibilities of county officers,
Yes.
term compensation, and the ask that I'm hearing is basically this kind of policy call about RENA numbers and being accountable to the state for those numbers.
Yeah.
And I'm having trouble figuring out how that fits within the categories of items allowed under the charter.
And it doesn't. We're trying to see how can we help educate them on what their constituents are asking for.
I think I see a tie-in,
Okay.
which is maybe it's not us to ultimately determine this down the road, but we do have the authority to establish what sort of committees that have to be formed by the board And the board now is authorized, empowered, and told or instructed to do so through the charter to have a committee that's a legislative audit or some sort of, you know,
Oh, no, that's great.
it's something there to purposefully
Yeah.
be able to measure these types of situations that arise as a group of people that operate independently of the whole array of things that the Board of Supervisors has to have fed to them that are strictly focused on like arena issue that pops up.
Isn't that committee called the Board of Supervisors?
But they have so many other things going on that.
But that's their job.
That's their job.
That's why they
I
get,
kept
that's
saying,
why they
hold
get
them
the big
accountable.
bucks of
Yeah.
114 grand a year.
And were you there at any of the meetings in which RENA was a point of discussion?
Not
No, I was not. That's why I'm saying, I'm not
I
familiar.
have been.
Okay.
You've never seen the room as stat. They've had to move it to
I
other
have
rooms
no
in
doubt.
order to
I've seen
accommodate
plenty
for
of
it.
hearing
But the
sessions.
point is, the board sat there hearing everyone for 8+ hours talk about this, and they went against the public
So, but did
in
anybody?
saying that they wanted resistance against how RENA was being applied.
But did anybody have a specific ask? That's what I'm saying the difference is with what we're proposing. We're asking something very specific and hopefully doable.
This just screams, again, the RENA issue, I don't think anybody likes the way that is. So
Yeah.
I'm not making a
Yeah,
statement about
okay,
that,
yeah.
about that topic.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about here are politics, right?
Yeah.
Political decisions.
Yeah.
And I have no idea specifically why the individual board members all chose
All
to
right.
vote the way they did.
Yes.
And it seems to me there could be all kinds of things if you were trying to influence them in a different way that you could pursue. And I don't feel like that's our responsibility.
Chris, I'm
here.
gonna do something here, and
Okay.
it's probably unpopular, I'm
Okay.
sorry. But I think everyone's struggling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna recommend that we take this topic and we just move it to the next meeting. So
Okay.
you can get clarity.
Yes.
So that we can do a better job communicating to
Yeah,
staff. And I
and-
see
yes.
their confusion.
Yes.
I don't think we've gathered our thoughts well enough. I know we have a couple of, I think a lot aren't clear here, there. And so we're gonna take this topic.
Yeah.
And
it's
I
not an
wanna
area
hear a
that I'm
motion
comfortable.
from
Yeah.
this group to continue.
I'm sorry, I do have a raised hand online, and I just wanted to confirm that public comment has been closed.
Public
Yes.
comment has
Yeah,
been
has been
closed
closed.
for this, yeah.
And
So
Mr. Chair, on this motion, if we're coming back to discuss it, there needs to be something on the table.
Exactly.
We've heard a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah.
I don't think it serves us to
Yeah,
have this
I
conversation
agree.
without something very specific.
Yeah,
We
I
discussed the
agree.
two-prong approach between Loretta and
I'm just
Einar.
saying, bring it next meeting.
I'll be the
Yeah.
first to
We'll
ask it.
get-
This is
they'll
new,
think
a
about
new
it
issue
more.
for me.
Yeah.
We'll get clarity on it.
I'm personally of the opinion that it's the amendment of the charter that we
Yeah.
do have power to recommend on, that
Okay.
a committee be formed
Okay.
to be able to
Bring
address these sorts of things.
language
Yeah,
next week
yeah,
that we can
yeah.
look on our
Motion.
piece
You
of
can
paper.
make a motion.
Can I have one more word before we're
Yes,
done?
please.
So the charter has a list of duties for the Board of Supervisors is responsible to carry out.
Mm-hmm.
I would like staff to think about whether or not we could articulate a duty that was in the direction that I was talking about, which is, I mean, I realize this conversation going in 14 different directions.
Yeah.
But I was narrowly focused on
These are
providing
very
some
generic
limitations
duties.
around where the Board of Supervisors had the authority to move RENA numbers from an approved development to some other location within the county.
Yeah, that's specific.
And then,
Yeah. Duty requirements and
Yeah.
updates for
Okay.
supervisors. Thank you. Okay, we'll entertain a motion to take this topic with further information and then revisit it.
So moved.
A motion-
Second.
Second?
Sorry, yeah.
That was Dan. That was a second. So we'll do a roll call vote.
Jansen,
Aye.
Woodward,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Farina,
Yep.
May,
Yes.
Alessi,
Yes.
Herzog.
Yes. We have one more existing topic for this agenda item to continue, which is county seat requirements.
I believe I'm the one who raised this, and unless somebody else has a new flag they want to run on this, I'm happy to move to remove it from the list.
I've got about an hour's worth of questions.
No, hey, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied on what the seat actually is, but I'll remove it from the list.
Oh, God bless you.
You couldn't have done that sooner. So, are you motioning?
That's a motion on my part.
Second.
No, you already seconded. I
That was
second.
that's a third.
Who was the second?
Einer.
Okay.
Jensen?
Aye.
Nate?
Can I abstain?
Nish?
Mish, aye, yes.
Walker?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes.
Karina?
Aye.
Alessi?
Yes.
Herzog?
Yes. Okay, the next
Oh, I thought we were done.
agenda item, where
Next
are
steps.
we? Okay, I need to get
Next
back
steps.
to my
Yeah,
notes.
next steps.
We need to get to the next steps, and this is where we had public comment, and we had some new issues brought up. What we need to do is be clear on those topics that were brought up, and anything else we would like staff to do research on to bring to our next meeting. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so we all took notes. I'd actually like to start with Loretta over here with maybe comments about new topics and information you'd like to see. And if you agree with what she has already said as we move down, you can just say, I agree with that, or you want to add detail to it, that's great. But Loretta, are you okay with beginning? Am I putting too much pressure?
Are you asking us to comment on the list of new items that were raised?
Yes.
I didn't write them all down, so
I did, but I'm
can
trying
we
to see.
maybe someone just run
I,
them
I
through?
have a running list
I
of what
would-
I thought came up.
Well, I will share
Sure.
what I had shared before.
Mhm.
And then you guys, feel free to jump in with what I miss. There was an equivalency.
Yeah,
uh,
section
discussion.
15.65.120.
The department head authority was a topic.
The Civil
we
Service
covered
Commission
that.
issue?
Yeah.
We covered it.
Yeah, civil service, which is actually Measure F. And then affordable housing was a topic that was brought up. And then property taxes being equivalent.
Or that was more of
Share,
a fair,
yeah.
unified
Yeah.
process.
Fair, yeah.
right?
Yeah, unified process. The CEO authority,
Are we providing you enough clarity on what we're asking for?
no.
No, we're
That's
just
not
going
now.
through the list.
Oh,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no,
Okay.
Yeah.
And then performance-based metrics was something that was brought up. Due process.
Transparency.
And then, transparency. I couldn't read my writing there, thank you, actually. Term limits was something that was brought up.
Yep.
And then, anything else you guys had that?
I was seeing something about the advisory committee not being public facing. And so maybe that's something, because that commission or committee might be authorized through us in the charter.
Which you mean the gentleman talking about the different,
Michael.
the
Mike.
multitude of different
Layers of government,
organizations?
different layers of
Or-
government.
Yeah, different, he's.
No, I believe it might have been Merle.
His comments were about the Placer County Conservation Program.
No, yeah, that was a different one.
No,
Yeah.
That was Michael Garabedian.
Oh, okay.
Merle.
Oh,
I'd like to
yeah,
see
no,
it.
yeah, you're right. You're,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
LAFCO Housing Authority,
Which is
Placer
now-
Conservation.
Placer County Conservation Program
Okay.
is
Right.
actually under the purview of the Placer Conservation Authority, which is a joint powers agency.
Okay.
So it's not directly under the authority of the county.
Oh, okay.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
okay. Do you have enough to get us started, Loretta?
You know, I like the idea of looking into the tax sharing or
Yeah.
misplacement or whatever. Honestly, I didn't look to see if that's covered under the charter, so correct me if I'm wrong. Some of these issues we've actually been addressing with our current discussion, so that was the only one to me that seemed to be totally
Okay.
new to me.
Two jump out. The shared property taxes that Sean raised, would like to understand what the county policy is, and you know, he basically was saying it's an inconsistent, it sounded like he was saying there was a case by case or city by city policy. So maybe some background on how that works. And not to open up a huge research, but what do other counties do on this? And maybe there's some generalization that could be done on that.
Point of clarification on that, when you say other counties, I just want to be, are you looking for our neighboring counties?
No, I'm just looking for, I'm a consultant, so I want to say best practices, but that wouldn't be the right term here. But maybe some understanding of how, maybe CSAC's got something they could speak about shared property tax relationships. I'm more looking for what kind of other practices are out there. And I guess ultimately, I'm not 100% sure whether that's an issue. That could be very much a charter issue for us. So
You know, Sean seemed to say that he was aware of counties sharing.
yeah,
Where it is shared amongst, you know, constituents more evenly. And
is it appropriate to ask him to come back and talk to us about that?
He said he had a.
I don't mind following up directly with Sean
Yeah,
as well.
okay. Yeah.
We're okay. We're okay
Is
with
that the same issue as the mayor of Rockland, or was that different?
No, she
That
was
was
talking
different.
about, she
The
was talking about.
commercial
Yeah, that was-
property
She was
versus-
talking about this building being
Okay.
a county building does not pay property taxes to Rockland.
Gotcha,
Whereas
gotcha.
before it was a commercial.
Sales
Okay,
tax
gotcha.
on commercial
Okay,
development.
The other issue is the equivalency. The question that pops to me is, does the equivalency ordinance, I guess it's equivalency within the charter, so since that's self-contained within county authority, I'm assuming it's equivalency does that meet, I'm losing my train of thought on what the county charter says you have to have these affordable housing units and what have you.
That's
Or
not
was
the
that
county
meeting a
charter.
state requirement?
So it's in our county code, there are sections that require a 10% affordable housing.
It's county code, right,
for
okay.
development. There is also another provision, which is an equivalency provision that basically says, there can be an equivalency proposal that is provided to the county that the county can actually decide to approve, that you may provide property instead of building a house.
Right. So the 10% ordinance, is that driven by any kind of a state mandate? Or is this, so what I'm trying to get at is there a state mandate driving this, and does the equivalency ordinance fulfill that mandate?
So there's a state mandate for affordable housing. There are local jurisdictions have different ways of meeting that requirement.
Okay.
And different percentages.
So the county,
the
10%.
county has elected to do 10%.
Okay, okay. So the whole thing is, okay, you just answered my question.
I believe
right
that
there.
the public comment also
Yeah.
was trying to bring up the fact that there is a contradiction between that
inconsistency,
ordinance
yeah.
and a statute or,
And what-
you know, the
what's-
legislation.
yeah.
Exactly.
And so it's more of like, is there an opportunity for us to address when these types of contradictions come up as an empowerment or a duty of
Yeah,
the board?
I guess I was a little unclear about that conflict, and maybe council has opinion about that they can share.
From my perspective, there is not a conflict between the two provisions.
Yeah.
One is a 10% mandatory requirement.
Right.
The equivalency proposal provides an avenue that you can meet that by
Well,
providing property.
There's another layer to this. There's another layer to this that was brought up, and it was that one person has the authority to determine that. And so
Yes.
there's that was like the dimension that I wanted more information on. Was I think it was the planning director
Yes.
that actually had unilateral authority almost to decide if it's 10% or equivalency. And so I'd like more information.
That's in the housing element.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
You and I sat next to each other.
Yeah.
I shouted about that.
Yeah.
But That's in the housing element, I think.
So
But it still goes through the supervisors.
Yes,
These-
exactly.
These proposals go through the supervisors.
and let's get that clarified.
Yeah.
The process by which the 10% in equivalency moves through the system for approval, or I'd like to be aware of how that moves through the authority and our governance.
So is there
Yeah,
a threshold that currently, if it's underneath the threshold, the Board of Supes doesn't see it, perhaps? I'm
Exactly.
throwing that out as a possible example.
Exactly.
So I looked up the section as we were talking. It's 15.65.120 of the county code. And it states that any projects that require a discretionary approval, that equivalency proposal must be submitted to the hearing body required for the project approval. So if it's a discretionary
Okay.
approval that needs planning commission approval, then that equivalency proposal goes to the planning commission. If it needs board approval, like a rezone,
Okay.
then that equivalency proposal goes to the board.
I
The second piece of this is that projects requiring ministerial approval, which means no hearing body, then that equivalency proposal goes to the agency director or designee for
Okay.
approval.
Can we, so that, I think I appreciate you saying that now, but what I want that is in a presentation at the next meeting. And then what I want is public be able to speak on that. And then we'll be able to understand those two pathways, which is under charter. That's under the charter.
Mr. Chairman, friendly amendment, could we also get some examples of how the landowners have actually met the requirement? In other words, that says, here's this, you have this choice to pursue this avenue, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did they end up doing? In other words, how did it finally manifest itself as an affordable housing unit someplace?
Okay.
They
So
incentivize.
this could be specific to each development
Yeah,
per
it
project.
would be. And so,
proposal.
but aren't there some relatively
Overall.
large developments that we could pick a couple of examples?
The county's approached certain landowners and like incentivized them to sell in order to be able to accomplish a rezone for development.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
just want a presentation on what the rule is. I want a presentation that includes, and this is what happened as a result of the rule.
Uh-huh, sure.
The chart we gave you shows no affordable housing.
Yeah, we got it. We got the request in. We got it. Yours.
Yeah,
Your floor.
if you guys could help me out and just do a little research into that study that is ongoing.
Yeah.
I would like to hear not only the scope of, not only the timing, but the scope of it as well. What are they gonna talk about and that sort of thing? I don't think the general public is aware that it's even going on, and it would be helpful, I think, to get that word out.
Yeah.
I hope it would be helpful, because that is
I think
hopefully gonna bring answers to some of these RENA questions.
I think they're aware of a lot of the issue where the developer is able to pay a fee in
Oh,
order to get
yeah,
out
absolutely,
of the,
and that's one of those things that needs to
affordable
go
housing.
away.
The
Yeah.
in lieu fee?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
in lieu of.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, it's
not
absolutely
a fan
ridiculous.
of the in lieu fee.
And
Never
we
really
use it constantly.
Well, this kind of touches on the idea of like what sort of informal, or if we amend for more formal approaches to saying like, this is what you guys need to have eyes on. This obviously tackles a big element of why you guys get so much feedback about RENA and otherwise cut that out because you're just allowing the developers backroom deals to just pay an extra fee in order to get away from doing low income housing.
So anyway, if you guys could help me out with that, I appreciate it. I think it would be helpful for everybody, really. The second thing is that hasn't been discussed, I think, and I don't honestly understand it. I mean, I certainly understand performance-based metrics. I don't know what we're really talking about, though. My guess is the staff uses performance-based metrics already. I don't know, but my guess is that you guys use them constantly.
Exactly.
I don't know how you can run an organization this big with a large budget without it. But I think we need to answer that question for that particular citizen.
Yeah.
So what do you do to assess the performance of the organization as it moves through the process? And you know, as a proposal moves through the process or whatever.
That could be employee evaluations, right? I mean, there's probably a multitude of answers to that.
Yeah.
If I
But the
might,
way I heard it
I think
was,
Different ways.
I think this
different
actually
things
has to
measure.
do more with the contracts that the board is approving. So I know like the gathering in has been a point of discussion, like, okay, we give them a bunch of money to go do something that they say they're going to do, but then there's not really much oversight or audits or information and transparency into how that money's spent and whether it's ultimately accomplished or not. And I think
the
that
board doesn't, you mean the board? We're talking about the board of supervisors?
yeah, if they approve for taxpayer funds
Yeah.
to go out to a private entity, are they able to do this level of auditing and transparency into where taxpayer funds are going and whether it's well spent or not?
You think the answer's gonna be yeah, but.
The answer is yeah. I mean, do you realize the scope of contracts the Board of Supervisor approves on the scope of issues and areas? I mean, transportation, you know.
I do.
Yeah, so.
But I heard specifically, instead of listing a list of accomplishments, they were looking for desired outcomes being projected initially, and did they actually get to that point?
That's right. That's right.
But maybe we'll talk about it next week, but what's the charter hook on that? Because I would consider that to be operational management versus charter governance.
But in all fairness,
fair.
everything that we're passing over here, we should, I guess, have some kind of conscience as to whether it's included in the charter or not.
Yeah,
If it's not included in the charter, then we need to revisit, I guess.
And some of these items may be able to be included in a
Okay,
future charter
okay.
amendment. I think you providing direction to us, we can
Okay.
provide some level of summary and
Okay.
determine whether or not it
Yeah.
can be
I'm
pursued
just
as a
asking
charter
you to
amendment.
keep us honest.
But a
Yeah.
point of clarification on the performance-based metrics, just because I'm hearing a couple different things. Are we looking at contracts or organizational performance-based metrics overall? If it is the latter, every department's gonna have their own performance-based
That's
metrics.
right.
Yeah.
Or the former.
It'll be a lengthy conversation
Yeah.
just based on.
Well, actually, honestly, Ben, I think it would be a one-liner.
Yeah.
Everyone has
Yeah,
these,
right.
and we're good to go.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you give us 2 examples, and we move on.
Yeah.
Well, specifically, the housing authority, was called out.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't recall that.
Yeah,
She was
I
talking
wrote it
about,
down.
yeah,
Yeah.
they had a list of
Yeah.
accomplishments versus performance.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's also worthy pointing out that, you know, some particularly government, some areas and departments, it's a little more challenging to specify a particular performance-based metric when you don't have ultimate control over things. Housing is a good one. You know,
Well, there is,
you have goals and objectives more than performance-based metrics.
Yeah.
but if we look at this housing thing goes in and out of all the issues that we've been discussing.
Yeah, it's a big topic.
Housing is like a common
topic.
theme that that has been surfacing for us.
Okay, are you?
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry,
I'm
I
gonna-
shouldn't be
I'm
talking.
gonna move past me
sorry.
and then I'll go last. I'll go last.
Let's save these for next
I
week.
don't have
Yeah.
anything
There's
to
nothing
add
left to
other
say.
than, I
know,
think
I'm
Loretta
trying.
already said it, stole my thunder, but basically what I'd like with all of these informational reports is for staff to tell us how that affects or how it can affect a provision in the charter that we might want to amend. So that we know that there's an action that
Yeah,
can be taken
exactly.
or not at all, whatever the situation is.
That's a good way
Well
to
said.
layer it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Connected to the charter course.
Connected to why we're here.
yeah, exactly. Thank
I
you.
mean, this is good stuff,
Yeah,
but,
we're learning a lot.
yeah, but
Yeah.
if we can't do anything about it,
Changing the
then,
world.
then, you know.
Yeah, no, we don't wanna
Yeah.
be barking up the wrong
I know.
tree.
Yes, thank you. On the tax fair sharing of taxes. So, you know, the developer wants to annex to the city, whatever city, and in order to get approval, they need to do a tax sharing agreement with the county. And the county has really got the upper hand, because if they don't approve the tax sharing agreement, the land can't annex. And then the county may turn around and approve it under their authority. And anyway, so the county has been able to, I believe, extract from cities as a concession for allowing the development to happen, a level of taxation on those county residents that are within the city. Because we're all county residents, right, even if you live in a city. So that so that those residents are paying a hell of a lot more in taxes than people in unincorporated portions of the county. In other words, the county is getting more revenue from the areas that they're allowing to annex than they're getting from anybody else within their jurisdiction. And,
Okay.
and those poor people that are in these annexation areas, they end up paying twice, right? In other words, you know, the county's building new buildings. They seem to have plenty of money. They're waiving fees for regional university development. They've come up with money to fund infrastructure for the Placer One project, and the city of Lincoln can't afford their police and firemen.
So what are we asking staff today here?
So, right, but anyway, so that's what I'm worried about, and then I need help to, what do we ask staff, you know, what are the relative levels of taxation that are in people who have long been within the city, you know, all the cities had annexations, I guess, the new people who are just been annexed, and what the tax level is for the people that are in the unincorporated areas. So that, I mean, you know, it's fine to say, you know, tell me about fair taxation, you know, fair, but if we don't have some numbers to go with it, so that we're looking at how different citizens of the county are being treated, whether they're in an old part of the city or a new part of the city or in the unincorporated area, by the county.
Or one city than another.
Right,
Even.
or one city and another, then we don't, you know, we'll spend another session spinning our wheels. So that's one issue. I brought up my provision of unless otherwise in an employment contract. So that was a handout, so I think that's whatever needs to happen on that for the next issue.
Can we make those, do you have those?
You should all have that handout.
I know,
but as a topic.
Can we make those a topic next time?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Okay.
number 2 we covered.
One
yeah,
already
we
took a
already
motion.
covered
Yeah,
He decided
number
to do it
one.
this
I
way.
remember well.
Okay,
Okay, that was it.
great.
Well, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The Civil Service Commission issue,
Well, this was,
did we cover that?
Not yet. I have it on my list. so-
Okay, well, I'll let you
Well, no,
do it.
go ahead.
Well,
Please.
it's just, you know, what I heard was a county department head
Mhm.
complaining that the HR department isn't working for them. And that he used to get this service from the Civil Service Commission, and due to a charter amendment, the Civil Service Commission no longer has the authority. And he's asking for our help, and I that was bizarre. And I don't know what we do about it, and apparently we'd have to have special dispensation to even address the subject, but, you know, I think that I wanna hear something more on the topic, you know.
Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah.
Measure F changed some things.
yes, it did.
And it sounds like it impacted maybe unintended consequences, but can we have a staff analysis of what existed before Measure F and what changed? So that we can understand the issue,
Yeah,
and then maybe hearing that and remembering Mr. Sisk's comments
If I'm not mistaken,
about
they
those
came to
maybe
us against this
unintended,
change.
maybe there's a misunderstanding about how the law is implemented, and it's a procedural implementation at the county level that can be informed and addressed. But it sounds like there was a Measure F change that caused issues.
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
If that's what it sounded like to me.
Or
So-
it's doing it exactly how somebody else wanted it to work and he doesn't like it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or it's being implemented wrong, which is possible.
Yeah,
What struck me is he was the auditor, right? Was he the
Yes.
county auditor?
yeah, yeah.
You do kind of pay attention when those guys get fired up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Did that, I don't, will that help us,
Yeah,
you think?
that sounds
Okay.
good to me.
He's not elected.
Troy?
Is he elected?
Um,
No.
I was just, I believe that we've hit on all the topics, so I was just trying to find opportunities to see where within the charter maybe some of these things fit. Ultimately, like as far as the transparency topic, audits, disclosures, I guess I'd propose to, council and Ben, is 503F potentially an opportunity for us to accomplish that goal, where it says to provide for an in-depth analysis and review of all county programs on a regular basis in such manner that the board may make policy decisions, and can that potentially be amended to be a review and audit of all county programs and spending? Then I had another one here regarding the tax revenue sharing topic and whether that fits within the fiscal provision section 602. And that the part of there where it's not only the adoption of the budget, but where it says the appropriation, that it would just be amended to something like equitable appropriation. So it's not so constrictive, but it addresses this idea of how the tax sharing has kind of manifested, and that it can be challenged under the charter by folks that feel like they've been aggrieved by it.
Okay.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. I strongly agree with the equivalency in 10% and the authority that we've already mentioned. Also the property taxes countywide understanding, which was mentioned many times. And then certainly some that hasn't been said is this government building use and maybe lost income for local jurisdictions. And so the authority piece of that in our charter, maybe being conscious of that as supervisors and how we're moving and impacting local, I really want to have some awareness there. And so maybe there is a number or a way that we analyze government building use and an understanding of the impact, financial impact of those local jurisdictions. Because there's lost dollars there, and that can be challenging, and so we got some great new things going on, but also understanding the impact. I want to be conscious of that. That was mentioned tonight. I think we should. I'd love to hear a report on that from staff, and so I'm not quite sure how you do that, but I know buildings have moved. I think we have a footprint of government buildings, and maybe there's an overall number and understanding how that's locally addressed.
It's got to be a long-term capital plan for. I know. My understanding. I'm totally supportive of that. I think the county has another building plan for Rockland, right near here. That's a very inequitable hit to Rockland.
Yeah.
And again, love having you here, Mr. But Roseville right over there has got plenty of space, and they don't have the same impact to their tax structure when the county moves in.
So you're gonna move the county seat there?
And then my last one was the unintended consequences related to Measure F, which I think we addressed. And now I'm gonna, if everyone's okay, I'd like to open up public comment.
Sure.
Okay. Unless someone else has something to.
Well, I have a new topic, which is.
Okay.
We haven't done
which
public
is
comment on next
meeting
steps.
schedule. We've had a long time between the last meeting and this meeting.
Yeah.
And
2 months.
And we're never gonna get there if we go another, if we don't. If we don't meet more regularly.
So Ben, you and I had talked about future dates.
Yeah, so you're correct. It was about 60 days from the previous meeting and this meeting. Nathan and I discussed in a little bit of detail next steps for the following meeting, which I believe is to be held in Tahoe. There's a coordination effort, obviously, to make sure that we have the facility in place, that you all can attend, and it's not dates that don't work for the committee members. and then having our IT folks available. So I don't have a specific date yet, especially with this new information requested. However, I think it would be reasonable at this point to kind of look at almost like a month late, so maybe end of August time frame for the next meeting there.
I just would like to add to that too.
Thank you.
The list of next steps that you've given us, there's a decent amount of research and staff time in here. And a 30-day turnaround has the potential to impact staff.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
was.
presuming it's a minimum of 45 days for you guys, probably.
I mean, there are ones on here that are gonna take us reaching out to departments.
Yeah.
Are all of them impacted by the charter?
Do what you can.
And just to be candid, there's a lot of items on the next steps that I don't even know that we can actually do as part of the charter.
Okay.
Sure.
So maybe
That's
we
what we were ultimately hoping
So
for.
I want you to be aware of that you've got some research assignments here that will take a good amount of staff time, and there is that basic question of if it even is a charter issue.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Can we
Understood.
prioritize based on what we think are the charter concerns, issues?
Well, Ben and I will be in
Okay.
conversation about future meeting
Okay.
with respect to doing the diligence of the work so that we can make decisions and move forward with tasks. If it's 30 to 60 days, I'd imagine as we move through the next meeting, that we'll simplify the list, hopefully, and we'll get
Refine it.
clearer.
I love that you're an optimist.
Well,
Eternal.
but if it's okay, we'll be in conversation about potential dates with you guys and try to
Yeah.
as soon as we can, with respect to them doing their diligence, but. Okay, I'm gonna open up public comment. Yep, you can form a line over here if you'd like to speak. You have 3 minutes. But no, you're fine, Cheryl, you're fine. Come on up.
So the question that I had was, first of all, I don't think there's very few people that know about this meeting. If, to my knowledge, it was not publicized in Gold Country Media, which is the typical for this area, other than your meeting, your open message to Lincoln.
I saw a second article about it.
I received an internal press, if you're on the distribution list from Placer County, which I'm on most of them.
I saw a follow-up article in the newspaper just the other day.
I didn't see it.
It was the Roseville.
In Roseville, I'll look, but I don't think a lot of the population is aware. The people that you see here kind of live and breathe and know what's going on in the county. So I think more outreach is needed. I knew enough to at least hand people information because I know 3 minutes goes by, and at least I'm hoping, now I know that the board clerk, people don't know how to contact you.
Yeah.
So there weren't minutes, which I'm not complaining, I'm just saying, there's a lot of information to cover. I personally was looking at the contractual obligations in community plans and in all the contracts that the county signs with all these specific plans. They've made deals. And as you said, what are the results of those deals? So I'm concerned that if you get halfway through the second housing element, for example, and the numbers are 0, then are we just gonna be in the same place we were at years ago? Well, I mean, we went through a painful rezone process. It's gonna happen again. The handwriting's on the wall. So how do we, my suggestion for having the audit was that this is a $1.37 billion business. The fact that we don't have numbers from each specific plan, to me, the planning director, and I've given this feedback to the supervisors, and people they hear me all the time, but it's accounts receivable and payable.
Yeah.
When the contracts are signed, they're supposed to deliver X number of units, and planning is supposed to be managing that. I asked one of the previous controllers that question, how is that being managed? There should be some system that's managing accounts payable and receivable. This should be a quick query that somebody can run on all those specific plans. If that's not happening, then that's why I requested an audit, because the public is having to chase these things down and try and figure out who's supposed to be doing this and how is it ever going to, and it is 1,219 units times $400,000 a unit is $500 million in the past housing life cycle. That's a significant amount of money that's being forgiven by Placer County. And I think that the county owes that in some form of process.
Okay, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thanks
comments,
for-
and
thanks
thanks,
for all your hard work.
thanks for staying the whole night.
Yeah.
I'll stay on top of it. Thank you.
All right, Michael.
Mike Garabedian. One or two of you may not be familiar with local agency formation commissions, LAFCOs. This was set up by the first Daddy Brown in '64 to set boundaries. And the Placer County Local Agency Formation Commission, most people think it's a county body, but it's not. It's a county, LAFCOs are separate, and their job is to deal with boundaries. Now, one thing they do is they do municipal service reviews as part of their evaluation of how the municipalities are doing, but also as part of what their job is to decide who is, at least this is how I look at it, and how there was a commission in local governance back in 2000 that had a report on boundaries. It's their job to decide who should provide those, who's the best source to provide those services. And there is an office here for LAFCO here, and it's a law. There's a state LAFCO organization that has the law available in the book with a great index to it. That if there may be particular words that some of you might want to look up and get some familiarity with, or maybe talk to the LAFCO executive officer in Auburn. So it seems that's something that may touch on some of the issues you're talking about and helping to clarify.
Okay.
They're interesting organizations, very, very important. I lived and worked in New York, and doesn't have those. The legislature makes the boundary changes there. And LAFCO really has resulted in this massive development we see all up and down the valley, things like that should have been managed better. But then it's a whole special situation here when the city manager talking to you, they're quite involved in that. And those negotiations ultimately that take place about the allocation is done usually happens in the LAFCO process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Staff, do you have any comments about the public comment?
We have another comment
Oh, okay. Let's go to that.
Greetings. I'll try to make this short. What was making me crazy was you guys were not coming to the point of how to protect home rule. And all I'm simply saying is that you need to put a mechanism there for forcing the board to do conditional acceptance upon proof of claim when the state says, I'm going to shove RHNA numbers down your throat, but they have no proof that those numbers are based in any kind of true statewide concern. So the conditional acceptance upon proof of claim is a legal challenge to force the state, especially in this last cycle where the auditor himself did a public letter stating that they were not based in any kind of reality. And furthermore, it was done on a 2020 census, and there was between COVID and the mass exodus, which is still occurring, not to mention the businesses. So what I'm asking you to do is just simply put the mechanism in for conditional acceptance upon proof of claim when the governor is making a proclamation stating that it's a statewide concern. It's not a statewide concern until you have proof that it is, flat out. And that is within our purview because the governor doesn't, the state gets overturned a lot in the court. And Clayton, sorry, but you know what, Huntington Beach, you kind of misrepresent that every time I hear you do it. It makes me nuts. So the state, Monta, did the state action, and of course, Huntington Beach was an appeal for that. But they did it because they caught wind of the fact that Huntington Beach was going to do their federal filing. That's still in progress and it's still going to appeal. So they're not dead in the water, and Michael Gates has moved to the DOJ and the civil division. So I'm imagining that there's going to be some action that follows through the Trump action. But that's the main crux of what I'm asking. So thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Some language there for us to consider. And do you guys want to make comments on any of the public comments that were made?
So I don't believe so. I deferred to Clayton on the home rule comment, but understanding there might be a request if the committee provides direction on housing fees and a potential audit there. I would still be looking for the committee to provide some level of direction to staff as to what you're looking for, if you'd like to pursue that. And then LAFCO, heard some general comments about the LAFCO process. Not sure if there's something specifically that you're looking for us to look further into.
Yeah, on the comment about home rule and conditional acceptance, I don't believe I've misstated the rulings in the city of Huntington Beach matter. So I don't, if the committee has questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, but yeah, I don't know that I have anything else.
Do you have any comment as to whether it is a potential avenue anywhere within the charter to insert something that provides a duty or authority or responsibility of the board to do conditional acceptances from mandates outside of the county?
Yeah, and I guess this goes back to my comments earlier that I'm not sure that this is a charter issue.
Yeah.
I certainly haven't seen any cases that have discussed this and found that it is a charter issue, and without that case guidance, then I have to look at the Constitution and the authority provided in the Constitution, and I don't see anything in there that provides that kind of authority either. I'm not foreclosing the possibility that there could be some sort of avenue to direct the board and its duties to do it. I'm struggling trying to piece together what that looks like and how that would fit within the duties permissible by the charter. That's
And I'm confused about
my
what
thought
is
about it.
conditional acceptance.
It's an administrative process that generally deals with we'll say just a commercial transaction, generally speaking. So if you were to quantify the idea that they assess us numbers for accomplishing, affordable housing, then we're accepting what they're telling us conditionally, as long as there's supporting evidence or proof that would demonstrate that that's true and correct.
Okay.
And so the idea is that you don't ever want to be in what is perceived as dishonor commercially, and so you maintain an honorable position by accepting what somebody has directed to you, but saying like, I don't have 100% faith that this is actually true without there being supporting evidence and proof.
So at least with that, there's not really mechanism in the way that the housing and RHNA numbers are set up. The state identifies the number of numbers that need to be set, and then if the county has to put together a housing element that shows how they're going to meet those numbers, if they don't put that housing element together, or it doesn't show that the numbers are met, or the state doesn't approve of that, the state doesn't approve of the county's housing element, which has a whole bunch of other repercussions. So I guess there is no kind of opportunity for acceptance or conditional acceptance on the county's part. We have to put together a housing element that meets the numbers. If we don't, then we're subject to builder's remedy and the other implications. I still don't know how that is a charter issue.
What county does Newsom live in?
Marin.
I think Marin, no.
So how did they avoid RHNA? Because as far as we know, they did. Like,
I think the legislation, I could be wrong.
Because they were given a heads up on how to push back on it. And so I think in some form or capacity, it's the same thing that we're just having to be late to the party.
Marin, I don't know exactly how it applies directly to RHNA, but Marin has some exemptions from some of the housing requirements. It was built into some of the laws. I can't give you the specifics, but it may well be that they were given an exemption, but that would be a legal exemption by state statute built
Okay.
into it.
No,
So it might not
it's their
be,
county. Yeah.
Okay.
point is,
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
I understand what Diane was asking.
Okay, good, good.
And,
Okay.
and so the conditional acceptance on proof of claim, Clayton, is it your opinion that county council has the authority to use that phrase when it deems necessary?
I'm not sure how that phrase applies to this
No,
situation.
just at any time, if you are asked to comply with something, and does county council have the authority to use a phrase like that?
Our office doesn't have authority to accept or deny anything.
Okay.
That would have to be at the board of supervisors.
That'd be a political
But you
decision.
could make that
Yeah.
suggestion
Yeah.
to the board of supervisors.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, there is no scenario where this conditional acceptance upon proof of claim, it's not something applicable to the housing RENA numbers. So I don't even know,
Yeah.
I can't say that this is something we would be recommending to the board
Okay.
or that I would even make a recommendation, because it's not even a statement that would be applicable here, and I struggle to find the time when it would be applicable that I would be recommending that to the board of supervisors. So I don't wanna go down the avenue of saying this is something I could do that I'm just choosing not to, because I can't even say that it would be applicable here.
Okay. That's, and we'll keep thinking about that. I appreciate everyone's time tonight.
Hey, housekeeping matter?
It's been, yeah, sure.
I had 2 different dates on my calendar, and I had to call Ben to find out what the right date was for this meeting. And in the process, I looked online, and there's a web page for, the Charter Review Committee.
Yeah.
But it didn't show the date and location of the meeting on the county's website.
Oh.
And I think that it should.
Okay.
So currently, the agendas are posted online through the Agenda Center. So there's a link on the Charter Committee page that you click on to get to the agenda. However, I can work with IT and the clerk of the board to
It
see
might
if
have
we
been
can
before the agenda was
post.
put together. We had the meeting date, but we didn't have the agenda. And I was trying to get the right date.
So the meeting date was not public at that point?
Right. Oh, it was public because we had decided.
There was a determination, but we didn't post the agenda, therefore the actual official meeting date was not
This is part of that transparency.
solidified.
Yeah, that was real transparent.
No, we had decided, but they hadn't released it yet.
Okay. I appreciate everyone's
SAC does the same
time. It's been a long night. I really want to thank the committee members for your thoughts. You guys have really input a lot of good feedback, information we're going to wrestle with. So thank you. And
Thank
to
you.
the public, people that came out, I think we had a great turnout tonight of
Yes.
folks that were passionate about this. Hopefully, and I want everyone to know we're going to have more online options. So if you're in this area and you weren't able to attend and you're watching this, if it's recorded, you can still attend virtually in the next sessions. So please attend. We want more feedback. And I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.